6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome.
Well, it's is absolutely the hustle of time that much amount of usual time to entertainment. I really like this really good idea of the greens are faster today. They're 10.4 on this computer, and you can see the person that particular machine on the green on your screen is the polishing machine. It takes out all the moisture. It's basically a really hot iron.
Yes, absolutely. It takes the moisture away and gives you that shiny new look on the surface of you're going to be putting off. So adds to the conditions of which people have to,
Yeah,
contend with. And
if the greens are faster, I think Ryle has a really good big advantage because he's played in Japan, and Japan has fast greens, and he is well versed with fast putting services.
yes, and if we are in store for whatever transpired yesterday from the game of Mr. Rahil Ganji, the leader at 16 under par, it will be a very fun, exciting day.
When watching him play yesterday, Aditya, you could see that he was very much in control of his game, and that was the tee shot of Shaurya Binu on number one. He's paired up with Badal Hussain and Akshay Sharma today. Akshay having that really good 64 yesterday, which got him well and truly into contention.
Yes, Badal at age 33 hails from Bangladesh and is the current torchbearer for Bangladesh golf. He turned professional in 2015 and is looking to lay up in that narrow bottleneck what we were explaining yesterday at about 220 to 30.
It's about 230 yards of the tee is where you want to hit that ball, where it's the fattest part of the fairway. And from there, it's about 170 to the flag. The flag's on the top right today, so it's going to favor that left to right ball flight for your approach shot. So basically, you want to aim it down the center of the fairway and let it bleed a bit to the right side, and then hit a nice. If you're on the center of the fairway, you still have a good access to that pin today.
Yes, and seems to be that Akshay Sharma from Chandigarh has also opted to go for that opening, which is at 230. Should be a mere soft swing by him with
It
that
looks
club
like
in his
he's
hand.
pulled it a bit, Aditya, from the looks of it, because he had that unfinished look to his swing.
Yes, early morning starting warm up jitters can always be there for anybody, be it multiple tournament winner in terms of Akshay. And he's hoping that his ball is pretty much okay and he has a clear line towards the green. So the day's play has commenced. As you can see, Shaurya, Badal, and Akshay, all three launching off their tee shots.
I like Shaurya's body action through the shot. It's the modern day golf swing, a lot of body work, less bigger muscles working, smaller muscles not working so much. It's That's what golf has progressed into over the past 2 decades or so.
Yes, and here's another drone look at the magnificent Tolly Club.
And you know, it's the metro. You just saw the metro go by. The metro runs underneath the 13th green, and sometimes when you're putting, you can actually feel the vibration of the metro. The 13th green, which is the par five, the green, the metro runs underneath it.
That's why I wonder why I constantly keep missing my eagle putts on that hole because of the
You got
vibrations.
eagle putts there? Okay, I'll believe you.
I'll have to dig up through a lot of years of dirt, but I might find one.
Okay. So this is the par three number two, and we have Karan Tonk on the tee, playing alongside Sarthak Chibber and Shankar Das.
And as the day begins, here's a close look at what's transpired for the last three rounds. Rahul Gandhi finds himself at 16 under par, two clear of overnight leader for the last 2 days, which is Arjun Prasad, who's tied at 14 under par with Saptak and Manu Gandas.
Yeah, you know, I was just going through the score sheet,
In a close
and
pursuit is Stepan and Abhinav Lohan, who had very good rounds yesterday and are a mere three shots different distance away from the leaders at 13 under par. So it's going to be an exciting day. And a look at Shankar Das at the tee shot of the second hole.
he likes to take it out above the plane and then drops it inside beautifully. And you can see prefers that left to right ball flight.
Yes, Shankar had hit a very good tee shot on the second hole yesterday, and seems to be the case today also.
So the right fairway is that of the 13th, which you saw on your screen. Third member of this trio
Is
is Sarthak Chibbar. On the left most fairway is that of number 16. You can see Akshay a little bit to the left side of the fairway, little cut out. Still has a clear shot. The pin's on the top right, so shouldn't be an issue today.
I guess the only issue for Akshay, who favors left to right, would be launching the ball vertically up because of those trees hanging up. He's quite a far bit distance behind.
Yeah, but he just has a mid irons. He can always work it right to left. Aditya, it's not a mid iron working it right to left for a left to right player is not an issue. You know, and it's a fairly generous green width wise. So
Yes, absolutely. And the pin is also tucked in a comfort zone, somewhat 18 paces in and 7 from the right. So, all in all, should not be a problem for the man who's won a few times on the Professional Golf Tour of India to hit the green in regulation.
So we've gone left, right today with the pin positions. We have 7 from the right on number 1, 7 from the left on number 2, 6 from the right on number 3, 4 from the left on number 4. So it's going to be a march past today as far as pin positions go.
Yes, absolutely. The players will have to showcase their mettle as it's the final day of the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2024 presented by
Furthest
Tolly.
you are from the from the edge of green is on number 1, which is 7 paces.
Yes, absolutely.
You can see that tree that Akshay has to contend with, but not completely. He's hit a beautiful approach shot, left himself exactly in the position where he can be aggressive from with his putt.
Yeah, that he's left himself a very realistic opening putt for birdie on the very first hole, and Shaurya in pretty much pole position as it would be for this particular hole. He's got
Yeah,
a dead straight line coming into
yeah,
this.
but he's coming from the first cut, so he's going to be guessing how much this ball is going to actually go. Um, just I would just launch it really high up, and even if it's a little extra, it'll land softly, which he's done, and he's just maybe caught a little bit of a flyer there.
A little bit of a flyer, or probably a little left than he would have intended to
Now,
send that ball.
Badal likes to move it left to right, and he's got an interesting shot coming up. He's got to bend it around the tree a bit, and then get it to stop. Because once it hits the surface, and he's coming from the rough, if he comes in a bit too hot, this will go over the back. He's brought it in right to left. Let's see if he can get the ball to hold the putting surface. And that's he couldn't have pitched it at a better place.
It's
That's probably
absolutely
the can get from there. Visualization is such an important part of your pre-shot routine. It's playing the shot before you hit it. It's part of our routine as far as tournament play is concerned. You can see Akshay just hanging back on his right side a bit so you can get a little more elevation. Shaurya going really high so in case he gets a fly, it lands softly, it doesn't go over the back. Badal hit this one to perfection. He just about cleared that front right trap with a he had to hook it around the tree from the rough.
yes. And as the day has commenced, a warm good morning to all the viewers who have joined us for the live telecast of the round four for the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2024, presented by Tolly Club. I am Aditya Chauhan, joined by my co-host Mr. Amit Dubey. We will be giving you live commentary as the play unravels for the battle of the number one spot for the tournament. It's a stroke play event in Kolkata which boasts a prize purse of 1 CR.
You can see Abhinav going through his feel that he's trying to create. He's trying to get the club a little more flatter around him, get his legs to fire a little more. It's something he's been working, I guess, with his coach. And a third member of this trio is Stepan Danik from the Czech Republic. Must be snowing in the Czech Republic right now. So he must be feeling it warm here. In fact, right?
Yes, absolutely. These must be hot days for somebody who's experiencing snow back home. Stefan, at the age of 27, hails from Czech and will be looking to perform at a high pace, a quick start to get his first win under his belt. Won't that be exciting for a man who's playing the very first professional golf event on this particular tour? When you have to give it to both all the three players on this group, Stefan, Arjun, and Lohan. Lohan had a prolific day of 6 under par yesterday to jump up to the second last leader group, and Arjun held off a bit of nervy start from yesterday and still managed to post up a round
No.
which led him to being still in contention.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I was just going through how many golf courses there are in the Czech Republic. I thought that there'll be not that many, but there are over 100 golf courses out there, which is surprising to know.
That's a good number to have in a country. Hundreds of brilliant golf being played their way. Here's a look, another look at him. He's out of his workstation and enjoying some beautiful golf.
I'll tell you something strange about Tollygunge Club hospitality after this tee shot.
Abhinav Lohan from DLF Golf and Country Club boasts two wins for his career till date, and he would definitely be giving it all his might and all his focus to change that number from 2 to 3.
Yeah, you can see that he's trying to get it to work a more shallow around it. Yeah, lots of legs in that golf swing. You can see that's a little probably
Known Lohan for a while. I know he's been to all the corners of the planet to understand the golf swing and has made the best use of it. Now, here's a look at the young man at 25 who recently celebrated his birthday and would be looking to give himself a very good birthday week present if he can showcase the stellar performances which he lit up for the first 2 days. with life, you have to experience everything and march still forward with an aptitude that you can take control of what's happening. And that's what he magnified in his round when things were stumbling around.
Yeah, they're off and running. The penultimate group, Stepan, Abhinav, and Arjun. I like the rhythm in this boy's swing, Stepan. There's no hurry in it. You can see he just got a bit stuck behind Abhinav. Really, a lot of X factor there. You can see this distinct separation between his lower body and his upper body, Arjun in Arjun's swing, and that causes sometimes the ball to leak out to the right. So when the transition is this the separation too is too much, the club gets stuck behind you, and that makes the golfer leak the club ball to the right. Golf is such a there's so much of coordination and balance required to make a really good golf swing, and golfers practice for hours and hours trying to get these different components in their swing to work together. Shaurya Binu with his tee shot on number two. We have a top left pin today, so probably it's exactly where he wanted to start that ball. You want to start it just right and draw it in a bit. Draw a goalpost between the flag and the right edge of the green and bring it in from there.
Yes, absolutely. For somebody who's experienced this golf course before, if you're standing on the tee and where the flagstick is tucked in today, you really don't see the bottom shelf where the flag is. It looks like how you can see half the flag and the rest is covered with that mount. So very easy for even the best of the players to not be able to, feel that freedom in the swing and try and access that flagstick. Hence, I guess Shora has done the mature thing and played it to a comfort zone where he shall have a semi-lengthy birdie putt.
You can see that there's a balance between left and right pin positions today, so it's not going to favor one particular ball flight pattern. So you need someone with a more neutral, flight, one who can work it both ways, and they are going to have the best chance of getting it close to a flag. And the closer you get, the easier your putt is. And I think Rahil has that distinct because he's very neutral in his technique. He's not draw dominant or fade dominant. So he works it both ways, and that's it's going to play into his hands.
Yes, absolutely. And now Akshay going about his business on the very second hole. Badal, who's already birdied the first hole, should dash forward very quickly towards that golf ball because where it's sitting, it's very realistic that it might roll back onto
Run
the
and mark
second
it
tier.
before it rolls back, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Akshay going at it. This is if you want to win this, you're going to take on all these spins today.
yes, absolutely. And Akshay has hit a beautiful tee shot on the second hole. Will give him a very realistic birdie putt. So it's not like the flags cannot be accessed as Akshay just showcased. If you have the courage and the beauty of ball striking, you can actually try and attack these flag sticks, which we shall see over the course of play for this final round.
This shot is calls for a really high left to right ball flight. He started in the center. He's pulled it. I'm sure he wanted to start it a little more right of that.
Exactly. It's a tendency with a lot of players. When you're trying to launch it really high, it becomes difficult to move it left to right. You generally either send it straight in the line where you have started
Yes,
or
if you
end up
hang,
pulling it just a fraction
yes,
away.
if you're hanging back and doing it, yes, that the toe turns over and doesn't allow the you to fade it.
I guess from where Stefan was the primarily concern for him would be to get vertical.
Yeah,
With
I think Abhinav has just he doesn't have a choice of. He would prefer to just draw it from the right edge of the green. If, knowing him the way he plays.
Yeah, I know a couple of years back when he came back from Mike Bender, he had a very distinguished Ricky Fowler kind of a push draw. So that he should try and access that for this
You
particular
can
shot.
still see that you can see from his technique that it's a little draw dominant,
Yeah.
and he's maybe half a club short.
Yeah, the intent and the execution were very good. Maybe the club selection was half a club short because
Yeah,
it would have looked really nice from where he was
sometimes
standing.
when you're between clubs and you're trying to draw it, you'd rather take the shorter club. If you're between clubs and you're fading it, then you take take the longer one. Arjun in a little bit of furniture there, and it looks like he's in the middle, in thick of things. I'm not sure where he's hit his second shot to. You could see that that the hips got really far ahead, dropped his hands got really deep behind him, had hence blocked the tee shot. And that's our leading three ball, Saptak, Manu, and Rahil. Our leader, Rahil Ganji, at 16 under. And the following pack at 14, which is Arjun, Saptak, and Manu. And then a further shot behind is Badal, Stepan, and Abhinav.
This will be a very interesting round for Saptak as he'll be playing in some distinguished category of gentlemen who have achieved very high pinnacles in their professional careers. Saptak, hailing from DLF Golf and Country Club, who's just recently turned professional, will try and absorb and try and perform at extreme conditions.
Yeah, he had a brilliant back nine yesterday. He resurrected his round in that first 5 6 holes of the back nine. He went on a birdie streak. So yeah, he's in good form. I like the way he putts. You need to putt well to score well. So hopefully he can put up a good show today and challenge Rahil.
Yes,
I and
absolutely.
from seeing the way Rahil played yesterday and his form over the last 3 4 months, he's the man to beat today.
Yes, not only is Rahil an established player, but he's also the leader. And if it would, this can be called somewhat of a very familiar racetrack for Rahil, as Rahil, for most of his life, has trained and practiced
Yeah, and he's had
around in Calcutta.
look at his scores: 65, 65, 64. So he's probably has had the best consistency out of all the people on top.
Which he displayed yesterday, I think he has a very good chance of making this.
I think he found somewhat of a iffy lie there.
Yeah, could be a buried lie
Yeah.
because that wasn't a standard bunker hack out.
Yeah. Anyway, he's on the putting surface. He's going to get a little bit of a read from Stepan, so it's not all bad. He started with the bogey yesterday as well, so he knows how that feels. And you can see this is for our viewers. You see the caddy raking the bunker. That is an etiquette that needs to be followed very diligently on the golf courses. These days, you see members not telling the caddies not doing too much of that. And on the PGTI, if your caddy does not rate the bunker, you get penalized.
Yeah, it's a standard pink colored currency note which comes out of your wallet in terms of 2,000 rupees. And very vigilant referees will make sure that the etiquettes department is to the T, to the letter. And here's a look at Akshay after that brilliant tee shot on the second hole, and he has done magnificently to hold that putt. Looked like a tricky read.
I thought he was aiming left actually, and it was actually you saw how it's very similar to what Brooks Koepka does. He addresses it on the toe and hits it off the center. No change in game plan as far as Manu Gandas is concerned. He's going with the big stick. I think Rahil will also do the same. Manu Gandas had one. He played the 2023 season on the DP World Tour, thanks to his
Outburst on
Stellar
outburst
performance in 2022 on the PGTI.
was an outburst between him and Yuvraj Sandhu in 2023 to pip each other out, and Manu came out with top honors. And that's the style of play which he prefers, attacking from the word go. And he's hit a beautiful tee shot. You can see that ball land in the middle of the fairway. That's green light for him
You
for
know,
an
I
aggressive start.
you know then I was we spoke on the phone yesterday. He says, I'm not going to, I never think of the result, I just go through my whole process, and that you can see is how the top players think and behave. Rahil also going with the big stick, similar mindset player. He knows how to deal with these situations. Yeah. And this is Rahil's style of playing, and he's probably been a very good driver of the ball for the longest time. And you can see them neck to neck next to each other, and nothing between them.
Yes, absolutely. Great opening tee shots. Very well executed.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
You can drive it good. There's nothing left.
Yes, with that kind of aggressive play of the tee, Rahil will be able to attack and give himself absolute and ample amount of opportunities to make birdies and further his case of the lowest, which he shot 64.
So, Aditya, if you were Rahil Gandhi, what would be your mindset today?
Well, having personally known Rahil well enough, I know what a kind of a game plan he would have. But I'll be differing from his game plan a little bit. I have a two-shot cushion. I would rather want to increase that lead, or rather than sitting mellow and let people catch me, because the way the players are playing and the scores which are showcasing, there is definitely going to be a rundown at 16 under par. That's not the total which I think is going to win.
So, what do you think is going to be the winnings total today?
I guess it'll be in between, not in between. It'll be either 20 or 21.
Okay, so 20 is so 20 is a number, 21 is a number which will make sure that you are the winner. Okay, so Ryle, if you're listening to us, 21. Okay, so and Manu, you need to put the pedal to the metal and reach 21. So rightly said, Aditya. I was just going through the score sheet, and the 50th position is at one under. There are 50 players under par
Yes,
out of this
absolutely.
54 that made the cut. So that shows you the depth and the scoring level on the PGTI.
Yeah, as earlier mentioned about yes, about the scoring from what had happened in the last 2 days. The cut was implied at 2 under par, which is the lowest cut on this golf course ever. So goes to show that how serious the players are getting about their game and career, and it is showcasing in the scorecards which they are
And
submitting.
taking nothing away from Tollygunge, what I've seen in the last 2 days, as far as conditions are, the fairways look so good. You're going to catch the ball in the middle of the club face. The ball's going to sit up. If you hit the fairway, it's sitting up.
It's
And
a
that is a very important thing to get the ball close to the hole. If you know you're going to get a good lie, and you're going to catch it in the middle of the club face, you know how far that ball is going.
Absolutely. A bit of a shaky start again for Arjun on the very first hole as he bogeys number one hole. And Saptak in a spot of bother after a slightly errant tee shot. He's pushed his tee shot towards the right and would have to contend with a lowish ball flight to begin with.
And you can see Saptak's dad in the background, the person in the denim jeans and the light blue jumper. That's his father, Rajiv Talwar, who's a lawyer.
Oh my, it's not something which he would want to contend with the opening tee shot. I think he's even blocked out with the
If
big
he
tree
can
in
get to
front.
the front bunker, anything front edge, front bunker is good enough from there.
Yeah, absolutely. Would give him a relatively simpler up and down
Yeah,
to make.
four is not a bad score from there.
Yes, par is never a bad score on any hole, and I guess that would be going through the brains of this young man right now to not drop a shot.
Yeah, make sure he starts it in that window that we see. You start it in the window and you bend it right to left a bit. You have to keep it low. There's some overhanging branches. Chase it up to the front edge. If it overdraws, it goes to the front edge. If it doesn't draw as much as you want it to, it goes in the front bunker, and that's fine. From there, he's got a good short game to, you know, bail him out of jail.
Yes, the way he'd been putting yesterday, I think anything inside 10 feet should give him a very realistic opportunity to make his save as par. So let's see which route is he going to take from here.
So we are glued to the screen as much as you are. Let's see where this ball finishes up. I think he got it too high.
I think that ball did not come out because Manu and Rahil both are still looking at what has happened behind, and Saptak has also not moved forward. Or was that a practice swing? Can't say. We'll soon have an update on what's happening. In the meanwhile, to make sure the pace is good, the leaders are going to execute their tee shots. And here's a look at the second hole tee shot by Stepan. He looks to have started in line of the flag
Yeah,
in
it looks
somewhere.
on track,
Yeah.
online. Sure enough, there's a ball close. Wonder whose ball that is. We get to know who's left. I think that's Abhinav's tee shot on number two. The third person on this group, Arjun, making bogey, so he doesn't have the honor.
Yes, you can see Arjun rehearsing his practice swings, and Lohan has accessed a very difficult flag with relative simplicity. He's left himself a very small uphill putt coming up.
You have a fast starter, Shankar Das, 2 under after the first three holes. He's 13 under now. Arjun, yeah, couple of good swings, some birdie putts, and then he can just he needs to consolidate a few holes, get a few pars under his belt.
Yeah, he's found the second tier on that second hole, so would have a relatively lengthy birdie putt coming up. And now Saptak executing his what I would think would be his one, two,
His
fourth
fourth shot,
shot.
yeah, yeah, pretty good.
That could be a horrid start for the young man. Let's hope we are wrong, and that's
So
his
this
third
is
shot, and he wades away with a par or a bogey.
yeah, this is birdie territory for Rahel. He's really good at this
Well,
from this distance.
yeah, it will be interesting to see who edges it closer on this flagstick, as pretty much Rahil and Manu are going to hit from.
You can see how good his lines are in his golf swing. It's this up and down. It's gonna track the flag. So the lines are the way the club is traveling, and his club face is so square relative to his plane. It's very little manipulation needed. Uh, Manu, on the other hand, has a few more moving parts in his golf swing. But but look at his setup. Very square. His alignments are good. That's the key. That is what you can see that he takes it out a bit and he drops it in, so he gets above the plane, go back. That encourages a draw on a golf or on a swing.
Yes, both the players from the middle of the fairway have the flagstick covered from front and back. It's time for the flagstick to come out and do the talking for them.
So you can see there's two different ways of hitting the ball out there. Rahil very technically very more lesser moving parts, more compact. Manu, a few more moving parts, a little not as compact, a little loose, but good rhythm. Rhythm is key to timing, and as a result, he's in control of his golf swing.
I mean, if you had to distinguish, I guess Rahel is little bit more technical, and Manu's a bit more feel oriented in terms of while striking the golf ball and going about the business of play. So both very good attributes for players to have. If you can combine them, you can be as good as either of these two players which are were on your screen. And here's a look at the overnight leader for the last two rounds, which was Arjun Prasad. Arjun is eyeing up using the aim point technology to understand, engage, and get a better read on his line for the ball.
Maybe coming up a bit short could have been between clubs because it's a back pin. You don't want to over club it, so you rather go with the shorter one and go at it. If you come up short, so be it. It's easy for us to sit out here and comment that's half a club short. But sometimes when you're between clubs, you know it as much as I do that if you have a back pin, you don't want to take that extra club.
Yes, absolutely. And as we can see, the flags are fluttering today. So that means there's wind up, which wasn't the case yesterday. So that's one more variable the players need to contend with, especially with the flag sticks being tucked around on pretty much all the corners of the greens today.
Arjun with I really like his putting stroke. I love the rhythm in it. Probably misjudged the speed.
I guess the elevation change in the green slowed it a little more than he would have anticipated. But nonetheless, it got like about what a 5 footer coming up for up the hill for his par.
I think he would be quite disappointed with that effort. He's a good putter. So Aditya, give us a read on this part.
Well, it's going to start a little bit left to right in the beginning and trickle away to the right in the end. So I'm guessing left in.
Left hand, okay. Aditya says left hand. Let's see if Stefan is read it similar. And from what the looks of it, since we've been told that the screens are 10.4 compared to 10 yesterday, so it's a wee bit faster. Let's see if he's can
Gauge
gauge.
the base, yes.
Yeah,
Also, he's coming downhill, so that will add on to that 10.5.
yeah. And see, and he's got the line, Aditya.
He's got the line and the pace matched and married to near to absolute perfection. That'll be a good sign and a good feedback for his system to gauge. And here's a look at Manu with the flash stick on the live feed too for his birdie opportunity.
Coming up a bit shy. It was downhill left to right. It's something you can't be overly aggressive with. So you gotta drip it in. I mean, a very realistic. I would say it's almost straight.
Yeah, looks like that's the case.
Yeah, the green's right to left, the slope's left to right.
Yeah.
So my best guess right now is straight. Let's see.
Straight and give it a bash so that it stays on line. And now here's the look at Saptak on live feed 2 and Lohan at live feed 1. We're hoping both the players make their yeah, respective parts. And yeah,
Yeah, it looked like he pushed it a bit though. Saptak with his bogey putt, having hit in the trees, then stayed in the trees, narrowly missing. Not the start he wanted, but golf is a funny game. You start off one way and you end the other way. So he's just keep his head on his shoulders and think of the next shot.
we are truly both Stefan and his playing partner Lohan have birdied on the second hole. So they are on a fast track to ante up their chances on trying to catch up the leader, which is on your live feed too, Mr. Rahil Ganji with his
I like the
own
way
birdie putt.
Rahil putts. It's so compact. It's like everything works together. I feel that he has. You can see how solid everything is. It looks. Oh, that's just. Maybe just misread it a bit, But I like the way he sets it up. It's everything is working together, and that's the key to making a repeatable putting stroke.
Yes, absolutely. Body looks insane. The lines look very square to it, similar the way they should be, and he should be holding out a lot of more putts as he has already done in the rounds one, two, and three.
Manu looks like he's just strolling in the park, just tapping it in. So don't go by that. He's a very focused athlete. Don't just that was just the way he goes around playing golf.
Yes, the permutations and the combinations of different variables, wind, yardage, moisture, and elevation change, all those things are computing in his brain like clockwork. But you'll never get to see it off his face. What is he thinking, or is he disappointed, happy, or whatever?
It's probably the key to playing good golf professionally is mental discipline, and he's got a lot of mental discipline.
Absolutely.
He's very short. He's in the moment, and his emotional. Uh, there's no emotional yo-yo going on inside him. So that's probably the key to his success: his mental discipline and his very balanced emotional state. We see some good tee shots on the par three, number 8. This is Rohan Dole Patel.
Yes, Rohan,
Karan,
Karan Pratap,
Karan.
and Mohammad Azhar. It looks like Karan's found the bunker, the way he's surveying and approaching that flagstick. Yeah, that'll be an interesting up and down from a rather
He
tricky
doesn't
bunker
look
shot.
so pleased about his lie. Ball seems to be lying precariously there. Well, we saw some really good tee shots from the previous groups onto this par three second hole, playing 180 yards today.
Yeah, I mean,
And
in totality, the group behind them, which was the second leader group, moved away with
yeah, so
7 shots in total to clean the hole.
Manu likes to move it right to left. We can see from, and this is a good flag to get close to for a draw player. Started on the right edge of the green where the flag is. It's uh, the narrow part of the green, and work it back towards the flag. What would you say, 7 iron?
With his length, yeah, 7 softish 7 iron is what I would presume.
Soft shots don't draw that much. And you
That's
can see he's just left it out a bit to the right. Still on the dance floor. Ryle's got a full 7, and really good aim starting line for him. He just starts it at Manu's ball and works it back towards the flag. And see, he wants. You can see that from his rehearsal, he wants to bring it right to left of the tee. So it. This is. I like the way he's going about his job. Very similar to what he did yesterday. Probably similar to what he did the previous 2 days as well. Lines look so good on his golf swing. Maybe left it out to the right a bit though. Half a club short. Both Manu and Rahil mishit it a bit, maybe. Third member of this group, Saptak, having a dismal start, having found the rough, then remained there, and then chipped it back out, and then on the green, two putt for a 6. Yeah.
Yes, I would think there'll be a change of strategy by Saptak after that very first hole. He would be looking to attack a little bit more. Would you presume that be
I
the
think
case after the
he
first
should
opening
just
hole?
stay in the moment. It's 17 more holes to go. He got to a slow start yesterday as well. He just needs to be patient, make a few good swings, get some confidence back, and then things will just unfold by themselves.
Yes,
There's
I'm
no.
sure, but
Yeah, I think he
he
just
would have
need.
had a plan to
I think the
do
plan
a
is.
thing differently if in case things transpire in one way or the other.
I think you need to just be patient in this game. Wait first. It's very important for you to make some good swings, and you can't make some good swings being anxious. So just be patient. Go through your whole process. You will end. You'll hit closer, and then that and build from on your confidence from there. So just just be patient, young man. Karan with his power attempt on number 8, having found a bunker. Maybe we have a whole pylon on 14 under. We have three people on 14 under now: Abhinav, Stepan, and Manu.
I wonder what's the discussion happening between Rahil and his caddy, also his better half.
Well, his wife's name is Ruhi Aditya, and they've just gotten married. So
Yeah, I have
I
a.
hope it's all pleasant.
I need to have a conversation about that about him. Where was my invite for that marriage? I'm hoping that got lost in the mail.
Oh, love the transition in his swing, and and his head moves so in sync with his body. You can see how his eye line goes backwards. Drop the club inside. You see anybody's eye head falling back? That's the eyes telling the player the route that they want to come down on. So the moment your head goes back, your body follows it. And you can see Rahels, it's there and it's moving along with the body. It's not going in the opposite direction of the body.
Takes
And
immense amount of clarity and good swing techniques, along with extreme core muscles to be able to do that. I wonder why Ryle spends so much time in the gym.
Ryle is actually, for the viewers who don't know, he was a very good athlete in school and good rider, good swimmer, good at athletics. And athletics is the base to all sport. It's the ABCD of sport. Saptak with his birdie putt on number 2. He had a good putt on number 1. So how much? A foot right, foot and a half. Slow.
Yeah, slow definitely. But he
Give
hit
it a
a
good
good part
rack.
on the first hole. Yes, you were right on that. And
See, sometimes you just be patient. Things will just unfold. Good stroke. He's been putting well. Yesterday we saw him make a few putts, so he just needs to remember that.
yes, that's a big leap forward from somewhat of a disaster start which he had on the very first hole. That should put a spring in the young man's stride and would have given a reasonable rate to our leader, Mr. Rahil Ganji, who's coming pretty much on the similar line from
Maybe a little less line, same speed.
relatively same distance.
When somebody has that kind of a putting stroke, the only thing I find difficult is long putts with it because grips it so short, and everything becomes so. Getting the speed right on long putts is tougher with this technique. But Rahil practices a lot of putting, so you can see he just missed at the line, but good for speed there.
Yes, it's
But I like the compactness of his putting technique.
It's very, very compact, and he's got the distance dialed in. It was just a matter of
Live
getting the
feed.
line right, and
Two
his.
has our first group of of number 10 playing it.
I think that's the first hole on live feed. Two.
Yeah, first hole. Then the first group of the 10th tee playing it. We have a 2 tee start.
And here's a look at Manu for his birdie opportunity on hole number two, the par three on the live feed one. Manu also a sizable distance away for his birdie opportunity.
Yeah, just misreading it a bit, but good for speed still. Not much work left, and Manu doesn't waste much time. Very clear in his thoughts. Having played on the DP World Tour, the pace of play on the DP World Tour is unbelievable. They are so fast.
Yes, absolutely. Pace of play is something which you need to adhere to as not only ethically but professionally. It's something which is frowned upon if you are not in the allotted time slot. Not only that, the referees breathe down your neck as fire dragons to make sure that you are not slacking in that department. While with a relatively very simple left in, left out, left edge kind of a part from that.
Left in firm. That's it. And the way he putts, that's what he's going to do.
Yes, he's going to whack it a little harder than usual.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Trained it in the middle.
that's always he's always putted with that kind of pace. This is the group of Himmat Rai on number 8, the par 3. Himmat Rai playing alongside Trishul Channappa and Matias Dominguez from Chile, the winner of the qualifying school this year. Also the Latin American amateur champion. So he's had a very good amateur career. Played on the same team as Ludwig Eberg at Texas Tech. You know what? He actually came to qualify for the Asian Tour. Three putted on a playoff for the last spot. And the person who he was playing with hit the water, made a putt to make birdie, and he three putted to make par to lose his card.
That's another unfortunate scenario for Mateus. But yes, he's already posted his authority on the pre-qualifying, which was held in Golmuri on 2nd of Feb to 3rd of Feb, as the winner of that, and repeatedly done it in a very short span from the 6th of Feb to 9th of Feb, which was the final stage of qualifying for the PGTI 2024 calendar.
So in his 6 rounds that he played in Golmuri, he's a staggering 35 under, which is almost 600 a round. Uphill, not too much break on this because the grain goes from back to front. So the grain is not going to allow the ball to turn that much, which it would have as far as the slope is concerned. So maybe a couple of balls outside the right edge. They didn't turn that much at all.
Yeah, in fact, it broke the other way
And me-
towards the past the hole.
Yeah, had me fooled as well.
I guess it was more of a concern about the little bit of elevation change from where he was putting to the plastic. It's a little higher than where he was.
Yeah, and the grain is back to front, so it's going to behave like a left to right grain for him.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, रिहाइड्रेट, फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हों या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हों, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, रिहाइड्रेट।
Themselves respectively 3 under par for their rounds. Jamal's played 9 holes, and here's a look at the Kurgi-based professional golfer Trishul Chinnappa. Very meticulous and very diligent about his game and his work ethic for his career. Narrowly misses out on holding out his attempt for dispatching that ball to its home on hole number 8. I'm presuming that's his birdie putt.
Well, we're not sure about that, but Trishul is always looked as someone who's been very meticulous. But I just feel that the mechanic in him, is dominating the artist.
Well, it's easy sometimes to lose a little bit of track while you're doing so many check boxes need to be checked for contending, winning, or making this as a professional career, as it's not an easy job for any athlete. Very,
Well,
very, very
one
relatively
of the
easy
toughest
to
shots
lose.
in golf is what you just saw. It's the 40, 50-yard bunker shot. You don't know whether you want to blast it or you want to hit it clean. That one was hit a bit clean. That's hole number 9. The pin's on the left. It's just 4 paces from the left, 20 paces in. The left bunker will get a little bit of traffic today, Aditya.
Yes, left bunker, green side bunker would definitely get a bit of traffic. From where Azhar was hitting, is it could be a case of a Aaron tee shot and then somewhat of a manifested shot towards the green, which came up substantially short. But this is an even trickier shot for Rohan, as he's got to contend with that.
And he has a strong right hand grip. So golfers with strong right hand grips tend to have difficulty in getting the ball to put backspin on it.
Yes, that's the case, and he's got a big shoulder on the edge of the green in his line of play, where he's going to try and flight this ball over and access that
You can see this.
XO buttons on the PlayStation to control the spin, I guess.
You can see he's trying to visualize what he's trying to do.
I think he's trying to go a little bit left and a little bit long on this. At least that setup looks like that. That's where he is lined up. I could definitely be wrong.
You can see he's landed it to perfection because that's probably the only place he could have landed it to stop it close.
Yeah, that needed some real feel and imagination, because a foot short and that ball was would have been a rather precarious situation. But he's managed to do it exactly the way I think he was intending, because that
No,
swing looked like that he's just trying to pop it up till that distance.
he's got a strong right hand grip. He's not going to get much elevation on his bunker shots. So he needs to be precise and where he lands it. Whereas it's all downhill from there. So if he just overhits it a bit, it's going to release. He's landed it on the fringe. If that ball had landed a foot further up, it would have known at least 10 feet more.
Yes, absolutely. He's done it very nicely.
That is Ruhi Genji Rahil's wife and caddy.
It was great to see the combination of what we would call Mr. and Mrs. Ganji trying to channel their way through the very first tournament of the season and stamp their authority on it. What would seem to be the case for the moment.
Yep. This is Karthik Sharma on tee number 8. Briefly, we're back to green number 9 with the trio of Mohammad Azhar, Karan Pratap Singh, and Rohan Dole Patel. Rohan has his own version of aim point. He kind of aim points, pendulums it. bob line, what's it, whatever it's called. Yeah. He knew I'd missed it from the moment he hit it. You can see the different grains on the green up there. So you can see the growth on the left side, the grass is growing towards the center, and from the right side again is going. So it's basically two grains converging exactly where the hole is. So you can't normally when the way your ball crosses the hole when you putt is the same way it's going to come back, but not in cases like this where the grain changes drastically.
Yes, and those who've been tuned in from the very word go of this telecast would understand this is that very green which was the last green what I would have presumed to be polished and be prepped up. So it's fresh and ready. And
And this is the
Rohan, Karan,
first group.
and Mohammed Azhar are the only second group who've
Yeah.
accessed this green for the.
Oh, we have three friends from Noida who have already played this hole. Yeah, Sudhir Sharma, Vikrant Chopra, and Arjun Sharma. They live with too close proximity to each other.
Yes, absolutely. Sudhir and Arjun are in a stone's throw away of distance.
Just hit it too hard, Aditya. Looks like he's not having the best of days. Let's see how he's going today. Current body language is not what it should be. Keep those shoulders up, young man. Every animal in the jungle with its head down gets eaten.
Karan's not faring very well in his round as he unfortunately managed to make bogeys on the first and the third hole, which puts him at a total of 4 under par, and for the round he is 2 under par. Very unlike superstar Karan, who's already won twice on the tour last season.
Yeah, it's you can see from his body. So we can just add another bogey there on number 9. This is Shaurya Binu. Looks like hole number 5. From the looks of it, he's laid it quite far back. So he's got a little bit of a demanding approach into the greens, a little longer than what he would have liked.
Yeah, from the looks of it, probably a E9 in his hand.
Yeah, I like this boy's golf swing. He's got a lot of his trunk and his lower half work in really good sync.
Yes, also, it's interesting to see how he's not shying away from moving the ball in different directions as he procured somewhat of a sort of finish to move the ball a little left to right where the
This
flag
is
is tucked in.
Yeah, this is a top right flag. It's 5 from the right, so you want to bring it from right left to right on your approach shot. He's playing alongside. I'm not sure who. Badal Hussain.
Suarez with Badal and Akshay Sharma. Akshay coming in from a.
And Akshay has got off to a fast start. He's at 14 under as well, alongside Manu.
Yes, Akshay's got a good line coming into the flag, but in that rough watch he's going to launch his golf ball from will be a thing which he will have to contend with.
Yeah,
Because this flag, you cannot overshoot this flag.
he wants to land it just under the front of the green and let the ball release up. But it's going to be a really good guess as far as how the ball is going to react once he hits it, because it's not going to make clean contact with the golf ball.
It will be a good visual aid Shore's ball where it is for on his line to land it somewhere where Shore's ball is and try and use that extra release which he'll get from the rough and chase it up towards the flag.
Yeah, you can see they're waiting for the group in front to hit their tee shots. Karan looks like he's really walking fast. He could run actually.
I've never seen Shankar Das walk that fast.
Yeah, they're just trying to get out of
Yeah,
their
just
line
being
of play.
courteous and getting out of their playing opponent's way so that they have a clear line of shot and no disturbance to execute what they need to.
Well, Badal is going to go ahead first. I'm not sure why Akshay is waiting. He likes to move it right to left. You can see he's aiming right, and he knows this ball might come out left because he looks to be in the thick stuff.
He seems to have given it an extra hack to make sure that the contact.
They have dew on them. It grabs the club more, so it affects the distance of the shot more than later on in the day.
Yeah, still wondering what's happening with Akshay. Why hasn't he pulled off his trigger? I think his measuring device is not working accurately because you can see his caddy going back and step pacing the yardage. So,
See, sometimes the measuring distance measuring devices don't function very well if it's slightly foggy. And if it's kind of it happens, and that's why the PGTI does still give you the yardages on the ground and the pin sheet, so you don't waste time on taking your yardages.
yes, the tournament director, Mr. Sampachari, or the oldest block on the vicinity, makes sure that it is relatively easy and all the provisions are provided for the players to make sure that the pace of play is quick and the norms are being adhered to and the rules are being followed. There you can see Badal's ball flared out a little to the right, but on the correct tier, so it should be a relatively simple formality for him to make his up and down.
Akshay looks to have hit it over the back. He's one of our fast starters. He's 2 under after the first 4 holes and 14 under for the tournament. So well, Akshay a little looking a little anxious there with whether his ball is where his ball is landed up.
Yes, while they're transitioning towards the green and their respective shots, Pukhrat Singh Gill has done a very good job in highlighting his scorecard in red as he's made birdie on hole number 10, 12, 13, and 17th to make sure that he is turned around for the back nine in 4 under par, which puts him at a total of 8. So great job, and watch out and keep an eye on the young man to see how low can he go.
So now we're just going through the pin sheet today, Aditya, and I don't think 20. I think 20 under will win. Just going from just the pin, the way the pin placements are, the furthest our tournament director is from the edge of the green is 7 paces. So he's given you're going to hit to all the corners of different corners, and it's right, left, right, left, right, left. So it's your creativity has to be top notch. You'll have a lot of medium length putts coming in. Not your average birdie putt will be about 4 to 5 feet longer than usual. So I would say 20 under would be the score for this tournament.
Yeah, that from the pin charts, that could seem to be the case, but I am banking on the talents of our superstar players and the height of their powers and make it look closer and edge towards 21 under par.
I'm just going. Oh, see, Akshay doesn't need to be on the green. He's sometimes you just one disappointment will lead to another excitement.
Yes,
So
precarious situation has manifested it from being an uncomfortable scenario to a very welcome case and point. Birdie from that chip in is
that's
marched
a
him.
two-shot swing. That ball had some steam on it. Actually, it
Yeah,
was luckily the flag popped in its way. So well, like Gary players used to say, the harder I work, the luckier I get.
yes, true words of wisdom from the seasoned player, as he's experienced all the tours and has been victorious on every platform where he has contended with. So that seems to be the case with Akshay for the moment, as he is putting up a very fast charge towards catching up with Rahil. Rahil, who has himself made a very strong three, which is a birdie on hole number
That's a good hole to birdie.
three.
Yeah.
So a 3 on 3 is tremendously well done, and Rahil has distanced himself a little bit more from the chasing pack, which comprises of Akshay and Manu, which might change very quickly after that chip in birdie by Akshay on the hole number 5.
Shaurya with his birdie putt on number 5 now. Golf is such a funny game. Shaurya's had a much more realistic chance for birdie than Akshay. And, Akshay was actually, I would say he had short-sighted himself. And see what happens. Just one good shot a hole. Tee shot left, second shot right, good chip, birdie. So golf is a great equalizer.
Yes, you need to stay in it, stay patient, and here's another look at that brilliant chip from a very, very precarious lie and short-sighted approach shot. Bumped it into the fringe to near perfection, smooth roll, down she goes. Yes, had that flagstick not been there, you would have been looking at like maybe roughly 8 feet of a par attempt.
Yeah, yeah.
And here's that drone shot view of the whole number 1/7. What my co-commentator was explaining to you.
And you see the difference in the green. It's like the crest, the grain changes.
Yeah,
it's front to back on on number 1 and on number 7, and that you can see the that flag on number 7 might not be visible from the fairway. It's behind those trees. Those trees that come are lining the left of the fairway. You hit your tee shot, and it's a severe dog leg left. So though it's a short par 5, it's got its own challenge to it.
Yeah, we'll see a lot of uphill right to left putts coming on that green today as the game progresses through the course of the day. That's a little short on the 10th hole. I guess a little bit of miscue on the.
That's a very, very accessible flag on number 10, though. It's probably where every ball will finish up if you hitting your second shot into the green. That's where the balls finish up. So we can see a few trees there today.
Yeah, relatively simpler flag position by a tournament director, Mr. Chari, is being a little generous
Yeah,
on
we've
that
already
hole.
got 1 3 on it today. Rajiv Kumar Jatiwal has already made 3 on number 10. So has Karan Verma, and so has Ronil Cooper.
Yeah, so
Kshitij Navid colleagues as well. So you can see that flag, this is where is the collection area for the second shot.
absolutely would be
There are 5 eagles already on this hole.
would be a generous flag for around 4 for the tournament, and fair bit of distance between the two golf balls on the fifth fairway.
It's a multiple choice of the tee. You want to see how much of where you want to hit that tee shot. So some people are more cautious using a shorter club off the tee.
Now you can see Mohammad Sanju
Yeah, he's in a
waiting
spot
for
of-
a
yeah.
ruling to figure out what's happened with his golf ball. It's always smarter to use the aid of the professional referees, which are available for the players in case of a scenario where they would want some help or understand the ruling better. We will have a good idea of what's happened with that golf ball of Mohammad Sanju as we see the group of Stefan, Lohan,
Esteban
and
has got a little bit of a roller coaster happening. He birdied number 2, bogeyed 3, birdied 4. So let's see if he can just steady his ship and make birdies. And because blues on your card, when you won't catch Rahil, you need to have maximum of a 1 blue permitted today because Rahil is not going to make mistakes. Yeah,
well, the one mistake you don't want to make is standing in between those two.
yeah, just short rabies.
Sure shot rabies, sure shot excitement, sure shot being ready to sprint away as fast as you can and access the Hussein Bolt within yourself. There you can see the referee coming up and explaining Arjun about the relief he would require from what could present probably be a sprinkler head.
Yeah, the sprinklers are in the center of the fairway generally, unless it's a wide fairway. And quite frankly, this is such a easy ruling for all professional golfers. They should just tell their fellow competitor and that this is a sprinkler and just go ahead with it.
That is true, but I guess he's just being extra cautious to not break any rules, even accidentally. No harm, no foul. They are ahead of the group which they are playing behind. As you can see, the flagstick not even attended to right now. So I guess the course of play is all right. I see a certain bit of gallery lurking around on the fifth green. Sorry, the fourth green.
Yeah, Rahil is the leader, so we can expect that today. He's a local player, and he's been a local torchbearer for a long time, period of time. He's got a lot of fan following in Calcutta and in Bangalore, by the way, both places.
Yeah, local and international torchbearer for our flag, as he's been playing superstar golf on every tour he's been on and represented the flag, be it Japanese tour, be it the Confederate tour, or the Asian tour.
Yep, absolutely. He's a solid golfer, really good technique, good head on his shoulders. Arjun with his approach on number 5. Ideally, you want to start it maybe 15, 20 feet left of the flag and bleed it right a bit.
Yeah, you could see
It's a top
this,
middle right
see
flag
the
today.
similar kind of finish from Arjun. What Shaurya did, a bit of a hold off or a sort of finish to try and make that ball transition from left to right while it's in flight.
Very few golfers left on this planet that don't wear a glove on their lead hand. So, and Stepan seems to be one of those. The best one that comes to mind is Fred Couples.
Yeah, is it because he's feeling extra warm and doesn't want another layer of clothing from where he hails to the conditions he's playing in?
No, I think it's just something. Sometimes you grow up and habits, and they just stick with you. Let's see, it's a little bit inside, gets it back in front of him. So something is the plane changes in the opposite direction, encouraging a left to right ball flight.
It looks like he's hit a good approach shot on that as he acknowledged appreciation gesture by Lohan, is what it presumed to be. Lohan with the flat stick in his hand means he's also hit the dance floor.
Yeah,
Very, very talented putter, Abhinav Lohan. I remember we were playing in Ambi Valley and he was holding everything from everywhere. I mean, that so much so that I had to tell him, please stop that. And it felt like he's putting everything in between our legs and making holding them all out. Brilliant putter when he gets hot and a superstar player. I guess that's the reason he boasts of two tournament wins under his belt.
you can't win tournaments if you can't putt properly. Well, that okay. This is the whole percentage from 10 feet. But if you want to be on the better player, you should be in that percentage which is left out. Okay, this is 50%, or let's say 60% hold it from here. You should say, okay, the 20. I'm going to be the 20% that don't miss from here.
Yeah, that's a very good way to approach your game to improve your stats and
And I can tell you what, putting is very intent related. Your intention has to be very productive, as in you should know, okay, this is what I'm I'm going to start it here. It's going to feed in this way, and it's going to go in. And and it's, sometimes you only get that intent sometimes when you in a tournament, and you end up putting and holding a lot of putts, and the next day your intent is, you're playing the first round of another tournament, and the intent is not the same, and you're not holding those longer putts.
Yes, absolutely. We all have experienced that and can touch on that note on a very realistic level. Manifestation can be something which you should stay strong, and that also reflects in the demeanor of the how the player is playing. Bit
Yeah, I
of a
just jumped on him a
jumpy
bit, but
role
all in
for
all,
Lohan.
it was a tight putt from there. It's really fast. It's 10.4 on the stimulator. He's coming first. He's got this long grass to contend, so you can't hit it less because it'll just stay there, right? Once it touches the surface, it's a huge difference in speed. So it's really slow initially, and then it's really fast.
Yeah, well, that's the reason I guess it got a little away from him as he would have liked.
Yeah, he had to give it enough for it to clear the fringe.
You can see that drone shot depicting a lot of re-raking happening on that seventh green. That means a lot of people have accessed that bunker in
Front
an
left bunker,
attempt
yeah.
to knock it close to the flagstick.
Like I said, that hole will not see as many birdies today as number 10. Okay,
Yeah, no,
number 10 will see a lot of, actually a few eagles, which is already done today, because the design of the hole and the way is such of the green is such that that's where the balls will feed to.
yes, absolutely. A lot of very few birdies on that hole for the moment, in comparison to the
Yeah,
amount of red we have seen on hole number 10. I mean, if you look at the stats, other than Dhruv, Aaron Rocky, Shivender, Amardeep, and Gaurav Pratap, alongside Samar Devedi, everybody else has either made a birdie or an eagle on that hole.
yeah.
So they would have
And
definitely
and look
lost
at
a
number
shot or
and look
two.
at number 7. There's not many birdies there,
Yes, very
though it's a
few.
shorter hole. Number 7 is shorter than number
Yes, it's shorter,
10.
but the fairway is
Yeah.
narrower and the tee shot's blind and the flag is hidden.
Yeah. So it's the flag. What we're trying to say to you, to our viewers here, is the pin position dictates a lot of the scoring, and this one is probably the easiest putt he's going to get on this green.
Yeah, after that beautiful approach shot on the fifth hole, he's left himself in a very makeable range for birdie and get a bit more red on his scorecard.
Oh, I think he just ran out of steam a bit. Just dove right at him on him at the end.
Yeah, that'll be the only second par which is made in the first stretch of five holes. So, all in all, no harm, no foul on this hole for him. Although you would have preferred a red figure in terms of numeric 3 on his scorecard after that approach shot.
Well, give us a read on this, Aditya. How much right do you think this is?
For Lohan, I guess this ball is inside right in, from what memory serves.
I think he's going to turn at least a ball right to left. He's going to start it outside the hole. You can see the grain is double. It's right to left and front, and it's going to. The moment it starts losing speed, which is probably half, almost three-quarter of the way from where it is to the hole. It will dive left on him. You can see. Let's see. You see, at the end, it just dove. So it's a, yeah, well read there. Found the center of the hole.
Very good merger between the pace and the break, which usually is the case with this talented putter, Mr. Lohan. Good job to walk off with a two putt from that slightly tricky position which he'd found himself after that approach shot. Because back of the green, which actually he was back in the front fringe of the green on the fifth hole, is somewhat of a no-go zone on this particular flagstick.
Well, Ryan's part number 4, so he's at 17. Akshay is his closest contender alongside Manu. Manu is birdie number 4 to get to 15 under as well. And then we have Stepan at 14 under. Arjun with his power putt on number 5. See how much it turns.
Yes, Arjun got a very good read of Lohan's putt and made the most of that opportunity that was provided to him. That's one thing which players of high quality are very easily able to adapt, given an actual putt has rolled over their intended
This
line.
is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
And then I play a tour called Mina Tour, and we played. It was last year. I did tournaments in Malaysia and in Thailand, and that kind of brought me into this Asian golf. And since then, I became interested in like how to find out how is the golf in Asia. First time in India, we landed because I'm traveling with a friend of mine. So we landed in Kolkata, and then we took a cab to Jamshedpur. So that was it was very different. It's very different than Europe, and we were shocked a little bit. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna make this. But then we met all the staff, PGTI, and the players as well. We've stayed in the same hotel as the other players, and everybody's been so nice to us, so kind, very helpful. So since then the experience just got better and better. They helped us found better hotels, cheaper ways to get a taxi. So we are really now enjoying our time because we're staying again with other players, and very nice. It's really it surprised us in a good way. Yeah, that's the thing, because I love golf. That's my main sport, but still I love all the sports, especially like where you can I don't know, running and then swimming. I don't have much opportunities to do it now, but I used to do it when I was young, just for fun. But I really that's my like because it feels like flying to me. So if there's like where I can go, I can go and I can do some swimming. I don't know what it's called. It's like paneer. Paneer is cheese, right? And it's like in some kind of sauce. How is it called? Can you help me? It's like paneer, right?
It's paneer, it's cottage cheese.
Yes, this cottage cheese and some kind of sauce, and always bring me rice and naan, you call it? Yes, so I'm having it almost every day.
And here's a look at the men of the hour, Manu, Saptak, and Rahil, all respectively placed in the fairway after their strategic approach shots from the tee and down to their second shots, re-rehearsing his technique of how he's going to execute that particular shot.
Well, it's always it's a rehearsal of what you want to do to produce the shot that you have visualized. So okay, where will Manu? Where do you think he's going to want to place this ball, Aditya?
Somewhere in the line in between where Stefan's ball was.
Yeah, that would be the best. That's the best, easiest part on this green. I completely agree with you. It's anywhere 15 feet left of the flag. Don't go past pin high. Let's see if we can dial this one in. He's just made birdie on number 4, so he's gone into red figures for the first time today. Stopped his body a bit. The moment you do that, the toe comes over, the ball's going to go left.
And there'll be a weighted watch for seeing where that ball's gone, because he isn't happy with the way Oh my word, what is that? That's a golf ball which has been hacked back into play. Let's see whose golf ball is that. And the trolley coming in could suggest.
Rahil, because I didn't see the third ball in the fairway, so Rahil was not in play.
Yes, that's the first Aaron tee shot we've seen Rahil hit because Saptak's already got his putter in hand and is walking towards the green. So we could see some excitement building up on hole number 5 as Rahil for the moment is two shots clear at 17 under par total from the chasing pack of one his playing partner Manu Gandas at 15 and a very hot start by Akshay who's also at 15 under par.
He's played enough tournaments. He knows that sometimes it's how you recover from these situations that determine the quality of player you are. So he's got a wedge in his hand. I love his lines in his golf swing. Just little bit body stop, a little bit left, and yeah, you want to hit it left and pin high. It just gives you a really easy putt up the slope.
Yeah,
That
from
putt has got a lot of break on it.
yeah,
It's,
it would
yeah,
from what we saw between Arjun and Lohan.
yeah, it's
The
got
ball
yeah,
from
and
that particular angle but he's got a slightly lengthier putt, so yeah, the break would amplify and magnify a little bit more.
yeah. You can see here his he gets a little shot with his club face on top. Body stopped on him. The toe rolls over. The ball goes left. Our leaders making their way to the fifth green. We're almost one third into our final day's coverage of the PGTI Players Championships 2024 from Tollygunge Club, presented by the Tollygunge Club. Uh, it's a beautiful venue for the season opener. Manu on the better part of 30 feet for birdie, having hoiked his approach shot left. The pin's on the top right today, so it calls for a left to right ball flight, and Manu is a predominantly draw oriented ball striker. Our leader still is Rahil Genji. He still holds that two shot lead over the chasing pack, which is that of Manu Gandas, and Saptak's been replaced by Akshay Sharma. So Akshay and Manu 15 under, Rahil 17 under, and then we have Stepan at 14, Shankar Das, Badal Hussain, Abhinav Lohan, Arjun Prasad, Saptak Talwar, all at 13 under. Then we have Karan, who's 2 under today at 12 under. That brings the top 10 in. This is going to be really slow putt up this hill, and it's going to break a lot from left to right. Let's see if you can judge the speed on this. Really clear with his processes, doesn't waste much time, Manu. He's giving it a good whack. Maybe a little harder than what he would have wanted. Left himself a little bit of a tester coming back. The third member on this trio. The final threesome is Saptak Talwar. Got off to a little bit of a dismal start today, double bowing the first hole. Came back strongly with a birdie on number 2. It has part number 3 and 4 hands. This one should swing quite a bit from left to right. You want to get to the apex of this putt. Watch where the ball is going to start dripping right from. Choose the spot. Try to hit the spot. Make sure you marry the speed. And he was up and out of that before we knew it. It's come up woefully short.
Yeah, easy to underhit it when it's down grain and sloping away from you in terms for right-handed player when it's moving left to right on him.
I think Saptak is in that frame of mind that I need to do something really fast because this is going to get out of my hand very quickly, and you could see that his that what he just did happens when your mind is ahead of where you are.
Well, this is a crucial part for our leader to keep the chasing pack the similar number of shots behind, which is 2 for the moment.
Yeah, I really like the way he moves the putter. If this is on, that is not. I thought it was going to break more than that.
Yeah,
He's
we,
also
we all
even
were
he
fooled.
thought, yeah.
We all were fooled a
Yeah,
little
you
bit.
remember we were talking about this earlier. This one is going to turn a lot, and it didn't. So, stranger things happen.
Yeah, it sometimes happens.
He still hasn't figured out why they didn't turn, and he knows these green like the back of his hand.
There's nobody stronger than him in understanding his greens, as he's experienced a childhood and a livelihood on these greens. He would have played it so many times.
There's nothing to be worried about, Rahel. You made a good putt. Not all good putts go in, so it's okay.
Yes, that seems to be the case. And Manu also has a critical point of juncture which he's arrived on in his round to keep track with the man who is ahead and the man who is chasing him.
Now this one definitely moves right to left, but it's quick. So you need to just. He has two choices. He can just take the little bit of break out and hit it a little firmer, or he can take a little extra line and let it drip in.
I guess
Let's see
the
what he
first
goes
one
with.
would be the option, knowing how he hits it. Yeah, he does. He's
Yeah.
done it. He's given it a little bit of authoritative hit
Yeah.
and taken that line around.
So there's those are two options that he had.
Well, nicely cleaned up by the young man as the leaders make way towards tee number 6th for their respective hole. We have Rahil at 17, Akshay at 15, and Manu at 15, respectively. Akshay with a relatively simple chip, what I would presume coming up on the 7th hole. Well, for the viewers who are joining us at the moment, we are giving you live telecast coverage of the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2024, presented by Tolly Club. A very exciting round 4 is underway and is a quarter of a way through its progression, as the leaders have wrapped up with 5 holes, and there's been a little bit of a shuffling around with people trying to catch Rahil, and Rahil trying to stay clear of the chasing pack. One of those youngsters who's trying to gun down Rahil is Akshay. Akshay has elected to run and release it on hole number 7th. He's done a good job with it. He's got a reasonable makeable putt. I would presume he's ended up from where he's chipped after hitting his second shot. Generally, a very good iron striker, Akshay, who boasts with 2 title wins under his belt, hailing from Chandigarh. Now, this event is being held at Tolly Club in the eastern parts of our country, which is Kolkata. The prize purse is 1 CR. The event is a stroke play event. What that means is you got to play 4 stipulated rounds, and the lowest man will be crowned winner numero uno. And a beautiful view of that first hole, which hosts technically for 2 greens, which is a hole number 7 and hole number 1. Very seldom do we see such scenarios where one particular massive green is subdivided into 2, which plays host for 7th and 1. Now, Badal has also got double breaker, what it would presume, from early left to right, then straight-ish, and then right to left in the ends. Let's see how he gauges the speed on this. It seems a sizable break coming from the left because of that collar where he is standing upon. Breeze has picked up, and Badal, the current highest ranked Bangladesh based professional in the field, would like to ante up his chances of moving further along in the leaderboard by holding that part. I just needed half a ball of more steam to have gained the desired result. Nonetheless, a short cleanup par attempt for the Bangladesh-based professional. Well, these live feeds, which you're getting in the comfort of your home, and tournaments being played all over the country, are courtesy the big brands, the big giants, which come along and support professional golf in terms of being the tour partner: Tata Steel, Vedika, Himalayan Spring Water, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik, Electro Plus, and Rolex. Long-standing big giants, big supporters of professional golf, and big shout out to these brands for giving their unbiased, unsolicited support to the game.
So this is Akshay with his attempt on number 7.
It would seem to be a relatively makeable birdie putt for him.
So guys, come on, let's see if you can read this one, Aditya.
This seems to be right center. The putt, from what memory serves me.
Drains left to right. Let's see what this one goes. I would say center.
Where that putter is aiming,
I don't know,
he's gone a little right.
He's got a lot of lines crossing, so only when the ball starts do we know
Yeah,
where
exactly. He's got a little bit of a unique setup, but it works for him.
Jack Nicklaus type, right?
Yeah.
But Jack had his shoulders square. He doesn't. Very flat lie angle on his putter. Likes to crouch over. His feet are always open to his intended line of play. So, if you ask me, I'm not sure where he's hitting this putt.
Well, if it was to start with the putter face, it's going way right of the hole, and
I
yeah,
can see how much break there was.
yeah. So he had it read absolutely
And
to the letter.
I think it's birdie as well because you could see that fist bump. So that takes him to 16 under and it brings him into a tie for the lead. Because presuming that Ryle bogeyed number 5. That's the skyline of Kolkata, Tollygunge, the Tollygunge area. There's 2 golf courses with close proximity to each other.
जब आप बाहर थे ना, I did a refresh and it just slipped out for the young man. Rather unfortunate, but such is the case, and that's a view, and that is another view which you need to stay or lurk away from in case you find your golf ball around it. But a very friendly environment at this venue, and these jackals are not. I've never heard of somebody experiencing disturbance by them over the years we have played on this venue.
Well, they've been here for as long as I've gone to Tollygunge. I haven't heard of any untoward incidences. So it's all good. They're part of the environment. Rather, we are in their environment. So we have Stepan with his approach into number 7, the par 5 from the left side, not the ideal position to come into this front left pin position on number 7.
Stefan
Yeah.
would have to move that ball substantially if he is
Anything-
attempting to access that flag.
If I was him, I would just play it out to the right side of the green and just two putt. You know,
He's looking at with the anxious anxiety, and I think that ball might have come up a little bit short from the
not sure
angle what he
where that's
was coming along with.
Arjun is in position A1, so let's see if he can head in the right direction as far as score is concerned.
Yeah, a very good line of attack
Yeah,
by
just-
Arjun.
So ideally, Aditya, you would want to start it in the center and move it towards the flag from there. And it's a mid iron in only. So looking to get this one close. Left leg, that's white spot on the screen.
Probably that, and the wind is playing a big factor for the players, as you could see the flag fluttering way stronger than what we experienced yesterday.
So we can say that the confidently say that the scoring is going to be a couple of strokes more than what it was yesterday. Yesterday was a very benign day weather-wise. There was hardly or no wind.
Yeah, that's what we saw. And again, a good morning. Welcome to the viewers. I'm Aditya Chauhan, your co-host, alongside Mr. Amit Dubey, who will be giving you word-to-word feedback and live commentary of what transpires for the final round of the Professional Golf Tour. The Players' Championship.
Really good drone views of what the players are undergoing.
Yeah, you can see both Arjun and Stefan moving along towards the
I
left
have
side.
no idea why they played it towards the flag, especially Stepan from from the left rough. There's place on the right. It's a par 5. We haven't seen any eagle on number 7 today. So it's if you make birdie, you're not losing a stroke to the field. We just play to the center.
I presume both of them
green.
are backing their capabilities of one accessing difficult flag positions and banking on, in case that doesn't happen, on their short game skills, which both of them have relatively good capabilities as they've shown us. It'll be an interesting end up in a totality of the number what they post on that particular hole after that.
I from the experiences I've had playing professional golf, I think Stepan has hit a flyer over the front of the first green. This is a common green. Basically, the green has the front. There's one side of the green is for number 1, and one side is for number 7. And Stepan has hit a flyer to the front of the first green, which is probably he's got a 50 yards coming backwards.
Yes, and a very big shoulder to contend with. You could see him repairing the pitch mark on the wrong flagstick as per se.
Yeah, I think he caught a bigger flyer than he thought he would. You can see the divots, the fairway strewn with divots on number one. You can see where the players have generally hit their tee shots on number one. You can see the difference in the grain. So the ball sitting in the shiny part is you're going to hit it into the grain. It probably goes a wee bit shorter than the one that is when you hit with the grain. Those are things that you need to calculate while playing golf. Not all shots are going to go the same distance with the same club. Arjun just short and left of the green. Very easy chip, and he's been chipping the ball really well this week. Yeah, probably a little further away from the hole than he would have liked, but still a very very small putt for birdie. Abhinav, the third member of this group, not sure if he's there in two or three, but Stepan has his work cut out. He's got to come down the whole length of the screen, which is about 50, 60 yards. He's waiting for the players who are playing number one to hit their approach shots. Well, since they are playing earlier, he should be waiting for them to hit first. Akshay with his chip on number 8. Let's see if he can repeat his fifth hole magic. He's our closest contender to the leader, Rahil Ganji. So he's got his chipping boots on today. It's really good chip from over the back. So let's see whether Stepan is going to go the aerial route or he's going to choose to roll it up the length of the green. He's going to go probably that's the toughest shot he could have chosen from there. You've got the first half is into the grain, the ball's just going to stop. I would have just taken all those slopes out of play and just gone with the shot that goes over everything, so I don't have to contend with multiple grains. Badal on hole number 8. Somebody's phone just went off. You got to keep it on silent. Badal, part of the chasing pack. Lagging it up there. Yes. All in all, not a bad attempt. He left himself a very easy putt for par. The third member of this group is Shaurya Binu.
Well, I got a tweet from a friend of mine who just told me about that follow-up mention about the jackals. Apparently, he heard a dispute between the local dogs, as Tolly is a dog-loving cultural club, and he heard about a disturbance between the dogs and the jackals not agreeing on some point of discussion, and a bit of a spat over there. So, yeah, be watchful, and thanks for that interesting bit of trivia. Well, live feed 1 and 2 showcasing different greens where Shaurya is attempting to make his par attempt on hole number 8 versus Abhinav Lohan trying to contend with that huge downhill and swale in his way on the 8th.
Yeah, that was a really
Sorry, on the
good-
7th green.
That was a really good lag by Abhinav on number 7. So, Sevan leaving himself much more work than he would have liked on number 7 for his birdie. Probably more realistically a 5 now. Badal with his par putt on number 8. Stepan with his birdie putt. A good part of 50 feet left. He's just got a good idea of the speed of the green watching Abhinav's putt roll. Let's see if he can judge it. Coming up woefully short again.
This part gets away from the player towards the right hand side, as we just saw a few holes back. So,
Yeah, we saw Matthias doing is, misreading this one. Let's see if Badal has read it correctly, which
yeah,
he has.
that ball never left the center of the hole. And it's great to see Akshay getting his scoring mode on, as he attempted with a very good chip from that rather steep uphill lie which his tee shot had found.
Arjun with his birdie putt on number 7, which he's made. So he's back to even par for the day. With his third shot from the front of the green, choosing to roll it up the slope. Very well hold. Some 5s on 7 are better than others, and that being one of them.
Yeah, that was a bit of a nervy getaway, saved by the flat stick on the seventh hole by Stefan. After that, overshooting second shot from a very tricky lie. And here's a look at Luhan on the eighth hole.
Yeah, this is probably a flag that he might want to fire at with his preferred ball flight. Yeah, that's probably exactly where he wants to hit that tee shot.
Yeah, that's a great place to be in, because it's a relatively short oblique, less of a breaking putt on this hole for man. Always good to have an uphill putt coming up in no matter what the scenario is, and Lohan has done that. He's found the great angle. And here's a look at the yardage on the hole eighth, which is a par 3, 177 yards. Arjun would be looking to further better his case after that short birdie which he had on hole number 7th. Let's see how he fares on this tee shot, which was not the desired result what he got the last time around when he played this. Very
Yeah, that was
short-sighted him.
but that was the left pin. So the pin is on the completely on the other side today. And he just looks like he short-sighted himself again today. Watching him swing the club, just feel like he gets a little behind him and he gets stuck, and then that causes the ball to block and flip over both. So third member in this trio, Stepan Danik from the Czech Republic.
Yeah, Stefan, after that, somewhat of a great escape. After that approach shot on the 7th, would be looking to pepper this flag stick on hole number 8th and inch
Good.
his case closer towards the leaders.
Yeah, good tee shot there. Yeah, he's got really good rhythm to his golf swing, so you can see that there's no anxiety in him. Saptak with his approach on number 7. Well, the pin has dictated the score on number 7 today, Aditya. It's not yielding as many birdies as the other par fives.
Yes, the seventh is a relatively short par five, but the players have not been taking to take advantage of it as much as they would have liked. Now, here's a look at what Manu has to go about. Manu's got a great angle coming in, but
Yes.
he's in the first cut, so I think coming up short of the flagstick will be something which he would have catered for, and let's see where that execution leads up to.
Well, he's come up a bit short. Maybe he expected a flyer. Yeah, we have really nice slow motion. You can see that Saptak. You can see his golf technique there. This is Rahil, much more on top. Manu wide. You can see he drops it back inside. He's on his right side. That's from the club face, which is a bit shut on top. Arjun trying to figure out whether his ball is in the bunker or not. The rules official.
There you can see Arjun Prasad getting some kind of a ruling by there, and the ruling is probably going to help him out as he's in a bit of a tricky spot over there. It's always good to use the calmer, more experienced minds of the referee to take advantage of some kind of a ruling in case you are there, and
I've been making sure that Arjun is not coming closer to the hole. You're allowed relief as long as it's not closer to the hole.
yeah, Rahil with a sizable sand shot coming along with his way on the
Yeah,
seventh hole.
probably not a bad place to be today.
Absolutely not a
Yeah.
bad place to be, and he's got some really good talent in the short game department, which will come in handy. So he's launched it really high. Could have flown it a fraction bit more. He's in
Yeah.
that same corridor where Badal was, with the balls a little lower than the feet because of that extreme step up on that particular surface.
So Arjun having taken relief for that from um,
Could
probably
be an embedded ball.
yeah looks to have been that, and that just made that shot so much easier from where it
Yes,
was.
the level of difficulty has substantially dropped down from where that ball was to where he is after that drop. That's what's saying. Knowing the rules can definitely help you and make life a little simpler, as Arjun has experienced that firsthand at the moment. So, for those who are trying to take this as a profession, make sure you know every and each rule to make it as an advantage for yourself.
Yeah, golf. The rules of golf can be used for your advantage if you know them well, and Arjun has taken really good advantage of the rules of golf in that case. And it's always good to know the rules of golf. Stepan with his birdie putt on number 8. We saw this putt earlier, Aditya, when Matthias Dominguez hit it. It doesn't turn from right to left as much as the players think it will. Let's see if Stepan has got it right. And he has, and he's made amends to his little bit of a roller coaster he had on number 7. Manu chipping from behind the tree on number 8. Really good chip there. Very easy putt left for his birdie. And people are, catching up with Ryle. Ryle is not doing much right now. He's even par today.
Abhinav's left himself a reasonable, makeable length putt on hole number 8. Won't be surprised to see him cash in the chips from where he is. Marginally misses out on the gas department per se to make the ball travel to the hole. As they say, never up, never in. But yes, Mateus has hit a brilliant putt from that distance out and made a brilliant birdie over there. Time for Arjun to clean up his act on the hole number 8 and players who just people who just are watching what's happening over here. Arjun Prasad, according to the rules of golf, had just moved his marker a little towards the left and helped his playing partner.
Okay, that was Rahil leaving himself short with his birdie putt on number 7. We were disappointed with that par. He's very aggressive by nature, and he wants to get on with things. So that's going to get Manu, if he makes that putt, into a tie.
Sizable galleries gathering up to watch their favorite players, local stars, and the men were contenting to lift up the title of the very first tournament of the season. Great to see people enjoying beautiful golf being played in such extreme conditions where the winds have picked up severely.
Yeah, Saptak always good on with his flat stick. He's got his 2 strokes back that he dropped on number 1. He's back on even par today.
Yes,
14 under for the tournament.
that
Our
would
leader is 16 under now. Rahil, he's had 1 bogey and 1 birdie to his name. And this will, if Manu makes this putt, it will take him to 16 under as well.
Yes, it's turning into very exciting times for the round 4 as players are about to make the leaders are about to make turn about their front half, and there is a bit of a shuffle happening in the terms of the man standing at top, which was Rahil Ganji, to the players who potentially would have joined him. So, in case you are in the vicinities of Tolly Club, come out and access and get some live feed of what's happening. It's a brilliant putt by Manu on hole number 17th.
Yeah, and that's that. Now we have a joint lead on top with at 16 under between Manu and Rahil. This is Akshay on number 9, surveying what he has left for birdie. You can see this the grain Aditya out there. It's going to go right to left on the grain initially, and then at the end it's going to dive right as the grain changes. So not the easiest putt to read on number 9. And our tournament director has chosen a spot where the grains are converging.
Yeah, I don't think that would have been the intent by Mr. Chari, but yes, the full length of the putt has got two different variables of grains and did not bother Akshay even for a second as he was on a fast march past towards that, collecting that ball out of the hole after he hit it.
Yeah,
So
he's
he
putted
knew
very well
what's
today.
happening
He's
exactly.
probably had maybe 11 or 12 putts in the first 9 holes. The third member of this group, Badal Hussain. That's our co-leader on number 8. Tee shot.
Yes, and you can see it's a.
Ideally, he wants to finish this about 10-15 feet left of the flag.
I think that ball started center green and is in the heart of the green. So he has a putt which is somewhat of a makeable putt, but the sheer length of that putt makes it a little difficult to hole out. As Badal is looking to clean up with a different point of view with the flag stick in on hole number 9. Rather precarious because from what we've seen from yesterday till today, he has kept the hole outside. I think he wants to hit this a little harder and use the backstop of the pole to his
I,
advantage.
Now it's allowed to keep the flag. Some people keep it in, some people keep it out. It's all preference, not something. There's nothing technical about it. Saptak with his tee shot on number 8. Yeah, very similar ball. Some 15 feet left of the flag would be where he wants to finish this ball, and he's maybe drawn it more than what he would have desired, leaving himself 45, 50 feet up the hill. Ryle is the last in this. He's our leader along with Manu. He was our overlight leader as well, and he can move it left to right. So this is more exciting. So he wants to actually start it somewhere just right of Manu's ball and move it left to right. Let's see if you can put a good swing on this one. Just mishit it a bit from the looks of it. Yeah, but golf is a game of misses out there. That's a really, really good miss. I'm sure he didn't want to finish it right of the hole on number 8.
Yes, that's ball's in a good place to be, and definitely a makeable putt from that range out. In fact, I think that's the first ball which we've seen on that particular angle on this
Yeah.
hole.
He's missed a few to the right today. His tee shot on number 5 went right. He's hit this one a bit right of where he wants to hit it. So, yeah, something not falling into place as far as his transition is concerned.
And look at the leaderboard in the backdrop, what we just saw, suggests that there's going to be some amendments in the scores, and we'll see the joint leaders being tied up with each other. In case that was that birdie putt from Akshay on hole number 9.
We have a trio at 16 under. Rahil, Manu, and Akshay. All familiar with winning tournaments. So Arjun with his approach on number 9, coming from the perfect position in the fairway from the right side to this left pin position. Ideal angle. A bit short, maybe mishit it a bit. Looked like it.
Yeah,
A lot
possibly
of turf came out.
possible mishit, but the good advantage which he'll see from there is that he'll only have to contend with one particular train of grain, at least for the entirety of his length of putt. It's just more left to right for him than anything else.
Aditya, coming back to what you had said earlier, 2021 under. If he's going to hit it that far, he's not going to get to that number.
Yes, that is something which we'll just have to wait and watch, I guess.
You can see from the way the lines in the golf swing, they all, both of them are very draw dominant, and you can see Ryle just a bit late on it with his club. So not timing it as well as he's been. So you saw him coming up a bit short. I'm sure he didn't want to finish it right of the hole as well. Saptak from 50 feet.
Yeah, Saptaks pretty much would want to make a two-putt par and get away after not getting the desired result on the tee shot on hole number 8. He's found himself substantially away from the flagstick. But if he's got anything of those heroics going with him for the what he did on the second hole par 3, we can be in for a treat and a welcome surprise.
This putt is really slow. It's into the green, uphill, both things. So, judging Sunday, you have a putt from 45, 50 feet into the green, uphill, really slow, and you've been hitting a lot of fast putts earlier. So, you sometimes come up short. It kind of, you had all fast putts, and suddenly you have a slow putt.
Yes, can definitely be a piece of advice which youngsters playing the game and planning to keep this as a professional option should not take the note lightly and try and understand the deep meaning behind that. You have to adjust your stroke depending on the length of distance it needs to travel upon. What we just experienced with Saptak, a very good putter.
Well, Stepan on number 9 now. He's got the whole width of the green to contend with. He's been putting well, so hopefully he can lag this up close. So from this distance, Aditya, what would you be a good lag putt? He's really heavy-handed it though.
He's muscled that ball with some serious steam behind it and has left a world of trickery to tackle with him for his par attempt coming up. But Rahil, on the other hand, has got a relatively makeable putt after that tee shot.
This one is going to move a lot from right to left though. He's aiming a good foot outside the right edge.
Yes, absolutely. It
See
appears that he has
And he's-
struck it to near perfection. Immaterial of
He
the break.
know how much he wanted that from that fist bump.
So, quick change in fortunes for
Just a
Rahil.
really good momentum changer for him. He was very docile for the first 7 holes.
Yeah, you can see that expression by Rahil that how much intent was behind that part, because that punch up in the air suggests that the player is excited and has got the desired result, which just a mere few moments ago that was a punch down by Rahil with his putter when he could not make that birdie putt on the seventh hole. So quick change in fortunes for Rahil as he's discussing it with his better half Ruhi, and seems to be back to his jovial sense as we can see a bit of smiles coming up.
See, this one also moved right. It has fooled him and a couple of other golfers earlier.
I think this part in on the initial part of the distance it has to travel goes a little away from the hole and then tries to work back. So that's merger in the twin breaks is troubling players, and Lohan also has a what would appear to be left to right putt coming up from a reasonable distance.
Yeah, he's a good putter though. His pace has always been immaculate.
Yeah, very good with the break and the pace. Just came up a few rolls short from making that putt.
So for club golfers, that's good etiquette. You know, you don't want to stamp on a person's intended line of play, and that's what he was trying to ask his playing competitor whether that was the line that they were intended to play on, and he made sure that he doesn't stamp on it.
Yes, generally a very upstanding citizen, Lohan, being polite and getting ahead and wrapping up that par attempt so that he can move on to the 10th hole and keep up with the pace of play. As we can see that Stefan is going to try and make amends after that slightly overhit first putt on the ninth hole.
Yeah, he's left himself a little more work than he would have desired. You know, on the final day, you don't want to test yourself with too many of these for par, especially. Yeah, well, hold, young man.
Yes, extremely well done.
He salvaged a good putt on number 7 as well. You know, he had left himself so much of work after hitting it over the first green.
Yeah,
So
seventh,
two,
eighth, and ninth, all three were brilliant putts.
yeah, all 3 good putts by Swan. His flat stick is bailing him out presently.
Yes, and here's a look at Akshay, who's strolling towards the top half of the scoring pack, as they would say.
Yeah, he's had a really good day as far as his scrambling is concerned. He's made up and downs whenever he's had to. He's hold putts when he had to. So that's why he's well and truly in contention. You can see he's completely zoned in, and the spin is so is such a collection area. So yeah, you know, generally the ball will feed and stop somewhere close by. Shoryabino with his pitch. Now, this pitch is probably a little tougher than you would want. It's got that mound in its way, which is going to release the ball forward. So you have to pitch it exactly at the right spot. Anything short will remain there. Anything past will go over the green. So this is a tight pitch for the young man. Yeah, just got the wrong side of the spine there.
But in totality, he's left himself a reasonable putt. He's going slightly uphill, would be a small left to right breaking putt for him. And there you can see the player requesting somebody in the backdrop to just hold on still for a moment, as it's very easy to catch some moving object in their line of play when they're hitting and executing a shot. Akshay has been chipping brilliantly, and I won't be surprised if he gives this a real go at it.
Very short on the way back. You saw that he's a little scoop to it. As a
Yeah,
result, miss hit it. He's come up short.
a ball just popped up a little too much in terms of elevation. Then he would have planned to launch it, and as a result of which,
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
Rahul with that really good birdie putt on number 8. Let's see if that putt has put him back on track.
yes, that walk is a
Fairways
little.
and greens, my old man.
Yeah, the walk looks like a little bit relaxed and more composed than what we saw post the seventh green, or the way he played the eighth hole. So getting his scoring and focus mode on, Rahil seems to be a little more content than what we saw for a slightly perturbed stretch of holes on hole number seventh and sixth for that matter. Here's a look at Badal, who would be attempting his birdie putt, is what we are presuming, on hole number 10, as he's left only with 9 holes to do the catching up with the leaders and making amends in his scoring so that he can finish higher, as high as possible, and probably walk away with the trophy.
Yeah, he's let's say 20 under is the number. You have to get there first to have any realistic chance of winning this thing. So, no matter where you are, where he is, he's at uh, a few strokes behind our leader. So he's got to blitz up the back nine, Aditya.
Yeah,
If he
for
wants
most of
any
the
chance, 20 under is his number. He's got to make at least 6 more in the holes to come to have any winning this thing.
Yes, absolutely. For anybody who's sitting somewhere at 14 or 13 under par, would definitely have to get on a more of a fast track, or a rather attacking mode, in whichever sense they prevail with, be it with a putter or trying to pepper flag sticks, because that man on live feed 2 is not going to back off and is only going to increase his totality in terms of scoring capabilities.
Yeah,
So
not coming from the ideal position though, but brilliant approach shot into number 9 by Rahil.
yeah, I guess he gauged that flyer which he would have anticipated very well. And here's a look at the young man Shaurya, how that ball did not break at all from the left hand side. So it has the player and the commentator foxed, because I was predicting that ball to move a little bit left to right, and
He's,
it just stayed on line.
yeah, maybe he just overread it. It did move, but not as much as he thought it would.
Yeah, and Akshay would have had somewhat of a close look for what Shorey's ball did in the last half a yard, because he would have at least the similar amount of grain to contend with from the angle he's coming in. And here's a look at Manu Gandas on hole number 9, coming out from the far right side of the first cut, and just for that bit longer than he would have wanted. Nonetheless, not a very lengthy putt coming up for Manu. Manu, with all the worldly experience that he's gained in the season of 2023 of extreme conditions of playing professional golf, has already got 7 wins under his belt, and has the extreme distinguishedness of being the number one player for the order of merit for the 2003 season.
Well,
Akshay has made another move forward. So, if you could understand
well
the
he's
mindset
he's
of this young man, it will be fun to gauge it.
he's uh, he's he's keeping pace with the leader, and that's important. It's if Ryle is a very offensive player by nature, and he likes to take control of like, all the tournaments he's won. He's won it. Nobody's handed it to him. So he's going to take the bull by its horns today. So if you want to take him down, you need to stay in touch with him. And Akshay is doing precisely that so far.
Yes, Akshay has got his steam engine running and all guns and whistles blowing out. He is trying to make a move of his own and mount a charge towards the winning trophy. And as you can see in live feed, one Saptak and two would be Arjun Prasad on hole number 9 and 10, respectively. Arjun's in the short stuff on the 10th hole, which will be a big advantage for him. Saptak's ball ending up very close alongside Rahil's territory, and a big lash from Arjun would mean he's edging the ball to travel a little bit more left so that it is at the desired destination.
And from the looks of it, he's found the sand. It's this the greenside bunker is your first thing that you need to fly. You need to just fly it by just a bit. You just can't fly it by a lot, because then that green actually slopes away from you. So you need to get the correct yardage on your second shot to for the ball to hold the putting surface.
Yeah, I remember the balls ending up pretty much in the latter half of the green towards the back edge because of that away sloping front edge.
Yeah. So hitting the ball high with your longer irons is a big advantage for holes like this.
Yeah, as you can see from the finish of Abhinav Lohan trying to attempt that, launch that ball as high in terms of apex as he could for a very soft landing.
And
Yes, Stefan way further ahead of his playing partners. Looks like got a substantially shorter club with his playing partners had.
he's a athletically built young man, so plenty of speed in his swing.
Yeah, he's got long levers, and we can see him making the most of that.
Manu narrowly missing out on his birdie on number 9.
Yeah, that must have looked extremely pleasing while it was tracking the hole. Just dove a little ball and a half too much than he would have anticipated.
Yeah, all in all, a good attempt on birdie out there. So if you're on that kind of length of putt, what would your primary concern be? Like, what would your primary aim be? Let's put not concern, your aim.
The primary concern over here is to be very precise with the distance control
Yeah.
because more or less on a lengthy part the break is pretty evident, but the distance control is what you need to become very touchy or comfortable and more experienced about, I guess.
Yeah, so distance control on these longer putts is probably paramount, because you don't want much work coming up. And secondly, if the hole gets smaller as the ball travels faster, so controlling your speed, which Manu is so good at, his all his putts have gone in at probably the correct speed. Let's see
Yes.
what Saptak does with his putt here on number 9. Well hold, young man. He's probably got a little fooled by the grain on number 8 when he missed that par attempt of his.
He'll be a bit relieved after that birdie on hole number 9 because in general he's been approaching the putting greens with a stamp of authority. The role which he's been producing and the putts which he's hold, very very good and have got some serious quality in it. Now the man, Mr. Rahil Ganji,
This is to go to 19 under.
my make prediction versus wishing list would be center of the hole for Rahil. Wow, that surprised him. It went a
Yeah,
little away from
the
what he thought.
grain at the hole. I'm telling you, the tournament directors put the hole in a position where there's grains are converging. Sampath, stop being so sadistic.
I guess he's doing it just to make it more entertaining for the viewers. But nonetheless, a very good part by Rahil.
And you know,
Somehow,
he you could see that from his expression that it dove right at the end, and he thought he had hit, and then it just broke a bit to the right, and that made him lip out that putt.
yeah, Grain is playing its bit of a part on the greens as it rightly does in most of the Asian subcontinent. Grain is some variable which you really have to understand how to read and gauge if you want to make some putts and walk off with reds on your scorecard. Now, Arjun Prasad, after that,
So what would you go? Would you like to slide it and pitch it all the way close to the hole and spin it, or would you chunk and run this one?
I'll just drop it maybe 3 club lengths inside because the entirety of that slope is throwing the ball towards the flagstick. So you don't have to do heroics over there,
Very much
which
like what he's done right now, right?
yes, absolutely. He has done it well, but I guess that he caught it a little heavy and the ball didn't end up on a tracking line what he would have anticipated or wanted. But nonetheless, inside 5 feet is a good result on mostly any bunker shot.
Yeah, this is no, it's pretty good from there. Give him 8 out of 10.
Yeah, you could.
On strokes gained, he would not have lost a shot from there with that bunker
After
shots.
that bunker blast, no, absolutely not. He's just showcased that sometimes it's simple and easier shots available where you don't have to be showcasing heroics and use the slopes and contours to your advantage. On the other hand, Abhinav Lohan is sizing up the break with extreme caution as Lohan is at 14 under par for the moment and could quickly make a charge towards lower, deeper red figures. Probably from that length would mean he's got that as an eagle putt. I would be surprised from the middle of the
Yeah,
fairway if that is his
we
birdie
did
putt
see
left.
him hit a third shot. So this is his eagle attempt on number 10. He's sitting at 14 under presently, 4 shots adrift. He needs to get a move on if he has any chance of catching up with our leader Rahil, who's 18 under presently. All in all, a really good lag putt from Abhinav. It's not giving himself no work left. On live feed 2, we have Shaurya Bino playing the par 3 11th. You can see the frustration with his emotiveness. So if this is what Stefan has left, sure that's a brilliant approach into number 10. And it looks like it's he's giving it a lot of importance. So this could be his eager attempt on number 10. Let's see his putting technique. Nice hand positions. The putter shaft well and truly merging with his forearms. That shows that the putter and the oh that just horseshoed on him.
Yes, I just call it being cruel because that was a very
off from the majestic Tollygunge Golf Club in Tollygunge, Kolkata. And that's the tee shot of Arjun playing number 11, the par 3.
Arjun seems to be having some difficulties on this particular hole. Both days his balls ended up in pretty much a no-go zone. If I'm correct, he dropped a shot yesterday also on this hole. Here's to hoping that he has a reasonable lie and can get away with a par save. On the other hand, Mateus, after that daylight robbery, corrections on that. Stefan, after that daylight robbery on hole number 10th, is going to probably be a little aggressive on this relatively short par 3, which is hole number 11.
And it's a front right pin, Aditya. It's a high soft fade, you know. Something, and you'll see a lot of balls coming up there. If you're between clubs, you'd rather be there than the other side.
Yes, that's a good, decent place to be at. The only thing he has to now contend is a sharp left to right downhill putt coming along his way, which is better off than being in a rather precarious situation what Arjun has found for himself. And great to see Rahil finding the absolute center of the par 5 10th hole. It's a green light for him from here.
And
And
he can hit it long irons high. He has that capability of hitting a long, high, long iron.
he generates serious amount of speed and tremendously good ball striker. And
And he's walking after it.
he
Looks
is-
like he likes the look of it.
he's flared just a fraction to the right from what he's walking to, but he has to. We'll have to just wait around and see what's happened on that golf ball.
Well, he walked after it, so it can't be too far from the dance floor.
Yeah, at worst he would be in Arjun's territory, and
I don't
which,
think he's underclubbed it. He's maybe over the back a bit. It looked like he really put a good swing on it.
yes, we'll just have to wait with the awaited eager breaths as the leader groups have completed their front nine and have commenced their journey towards the closing half, which is the back nine on this golf course. And
So we're on the money end of things. You can see the scores updated on your screen. Rahil at 18, Manu at 17, Akshay at 16. So, and it's tightly packed. You can't blink, you'll miss something. So stay tuned. Let's see how this unfolds.
At getting my first title, obviously here. There was a lot of putts that I hold, so really thought and kept that in the back of my mind today, and just kind of replayed all those good memories and managed to roll a few in today as well. Q School, it was a tough week. I played really well. I think Q School is always tough, but yeah, it was nice to be back and nice to be out here and competing again. It's absolutely, it's massive. The fields are so much deeper. The cuts, for instance, used to be at +4, +5. We're looking at even par, 1 under in most weeks, just about that number. So the level of field is a lot deeper. I would say sponsorship, the value of in terms of the money on the tour has been offered has gone up astronomically, and that's just due to the great efforts by the entire team, you know, with activating sponsors, and also PGTI as a brand that's really come on over the last few years. So I try and
That was Himmat Rai. It's been a decade and a half since he won there.
yes, Himmat's had a very good professional career. He's won on different soils, different tours, and it's good to see him back into his golfing days. And here's to hoping him a speedy comeback to his golfing powers. Meanwhile, you can see the
Arjun likes the left side here. It looks like he tends to. So golf is so much of a feel related. So some holes don't suit your eye. It's just the way it is, and it looks like Arjun is not very comfortable with his tee shot on number 11. He hit it left yesterday. He's hit it left today. So it's just the way things are sometimes.
Well, the only positive side on this hole where Arjun's ball has ended up is that he's got bit of a uphill coming along in terms of.
It's a easier chip today than yesterday.
Yes,
Yesterday
yesterday
he
was.
had a lot of slope to contend with. It's flatter. He has a flatter area to land the ball. It's not going to break on him. So easier to judge this chip than what he had yesterday.
Yesterday's chip was in dire needs of Houdini's magic to have gotten that escape. But yeah, today he's got a few options to measure up and take advantage upon. And as you can see on your extreme right hand corner, the leader is still Rahil at 18 under pars through 9 holes. Akshay and Manu are battling it out to catch him up at a total of 17 under pars. And in close pursuit is Arjun, who is at 16, followed by Abhinav Lohan at 15.
So you can see that Manu's shifted up close there, so he's got that left to go to 18 under. Rahil is he's hit the putting surface, but he's a little past the flag, so he's got a relatively longish eagle putt coming up. Saptak with his chip on number 14. That's what he's got left for his birdie on number 10. That's relatively short putts by left for birdie by Manu and Saptak. Let's see if Ryan can put some daylight between him and his chasing pack. Like I said earlier, he's hit it past the flag. It didn't look like he had left that second shot short.
Yeah, that is
Yeah.
true. And Riles overshot it in a very good spot to be in case you overshot this green. And what you would notice is that Saptak had a totally different approach of how he played that similar shot on the 10th hole in terms of chipping it from how Akshay played it.
Yeah, Akshay was just too short with his backswing. I don't think Akshay wanted to play it like that anyway. It's just so Ryle, 25 feet down the hill, right to left for eagle on number 10. This would take him to 20 under if he makes it. It's tracking there. Oh,
It is a beautiful lag putt from that far out, and Riles reached in time with the ball to that hole before the ball stopped. He was pretty much ready to give it the second whack and send it home for a birdie and march on. They can see the gallery enjoying some prolific golf being played at their home course by what I would presume would be their betting horse to bet upon in case of getting away with the trophy. Another very good lag putt coming up on hole number 10th by Lohan.
Yeah, Lohan cozying it up close on number 11. Saptak, 3.5 feet. You saw this ball. Stepan hit it. It moves a wee bit right to left. So let's see if Saptak can read this putt well and he can match the speed to it. Right in, my friend. Yeah, he's got the line right. Let's see if he can start in on that line at the right speed.
It's exactly on the line which Stefan was robbed upon from
Yeah.
slightly further away.
It's such a advantage to see a putt already go from there, so you can almost say the line when you see the next group come in. Manu got a little bit of a read on his putt with Rahil's ball traveling on the same line. Manu generally never misses from this distance. Arjun with his par attempt on number 11 coming up short.
It was a good par attempt. Could have easily gotten away with him from him, but
A hole he would like to forget this week.
yeah, absolutely. That hole has costed him dearly. He's dropped 2 shots in 2 attempts.
Manu staying on Rahil's heels. So Manu is 18 under now. Rahil has gone to 19 under, and Akshay is at 17.
Yes, so the players are marching along quite nicely in terms of putting red on their score. Get a very good idea when these players head up onto the 13th green.
So for
Sorry,
golfers
the
who don't
12th
know,
green.
that band on Rahil's right wrist is his Whoop band. A Whoop is a band that tracks your recovery, your heart rate. So you know you can. It's a very good tool to understand your body.
Yes, absolutely. It's a device which I had seen last season on Yuvraj, and he was also using it to track upon how the body relates to different kinds of stress and anxiety and heartbeats per minute. Gives you analysis of total experience your body is gone through
And
through the course of the
the
day.
quality of your sleep. It tracks the quality of your sleep.
Yeah.
That's what it actually was intended to do. The
This
first
is
person-
steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Beautiful approach shot, as in the tee shot on the 11th hole by our leader, Mr. Rahil Gandhi. He'll have a very close look at another birdie. So he's driving very fast to stay away from the 2023 Order of Merit winner, Manu Gandas, and who's not letting him much breathing space.
Well, that's what we want. You know, we want it to be as exciting as possible here in the commentary booth and for our viewers as well. So Manu has to stay in touch with him and make it exciting for us.
Yeah, both these players are showcasing their talents to the maximum capabilities and keeping each other's game on a higher pedestal with each shot being thrown at each other in terms of outbesting. Manu's ball's a little left of the center and tracking towards the green.
It's not the flag that he would like to have, the right
Yeah, he's left
flag.
himself in a rather precarious position in the left hand side bunker. Would be a reasonably tempting sand save coming along his way.
Well, he likes to move it right to left. There's this front right pin. There's some trees overhanging. Similar situation for Saptak. He also likes to move it right to left. You can see he gets above and then he can reroutes it from the inside. And that kind of a club path encourages a right to left movement on the golf ball.
Yeah, but if you had seen Saptak's ball flight in comparison to Manu, it's not, the apex is very different. Manu's got way much more height elevation on his strike quality. I guess being a little taller
Yeah, no, I
helps.
think Manu hangs back on it more than Saptak. You can see it from the first video that we shared on the tee shots on number one. You see how Manu kind of is more on his right side. This one is started online though.
Yeah, that's
He
a
had
beautiful
the,
shot.
He had the courage to start it right on the flag.
Yeah, he packed his capabilities of moving the ball back towards the hole, starting it a little to the right. Both Rahil and him have very realistic putts, and it's great to see the galleries come out and enjoy golf in the bright sunny
City
day
of Joy.
of City of Joy,
And
Calcutta.
and the food at Tollygunge Club is spectacular. In case you haven't, if you live in, if you ever get a chance to go to the Tollygunge Club, don't miss out on the F&B at the clubhouse. They have the most elaborate menus you'll ever come across, and the chef does a really good job.
The chef does a really good job, and the stewards also don't let you go about unless you've had a belly full of
And coming
yum
back to
foods.
how golf culture driven that golf club is. So generally, when you go to a clubhouse and you sit down and you order something, he says, "So what do you want?" So what you would like, what would you like to eat? Is what the the waiter or the steward would ask you. But in Tollygunge, the first question was, "I hope you played well. What was your score today?" And like, he didn't need to ask me that, and just got me so much more comfortable. So it's there's so much of culture in golfing culture in Tollygunge and RCGC as well, actually.
Yeah, that's true. It's always good to get an acknowledgement about what's happening in your day-to-day routine, especially if it is right.
It's like a rhythmic motion. Rhythmic motion. Just the point of contact. The minute you hit that ball, hit that point, you can turn. So each shot should be played for itself. Once you pick up the club, suppose you pick out your 6 iron. Each shot routine is that I start to visualize.
Be quick with the speed. Just whenever you feel this ना कि ज़्यादा कट हो रहा है, take a thought in your head, ball के just आगे, take a point over here and go through that ball.
Take some time, visualize it, then you step up to the ball. 1, 2, 3. I have two waggles. Once I look at the target, I go.
Professionals Rahil and Aman Raj and
I was
Manu using the contours of the green to get closer with that bunker shot.
I was very good on terms of touch and feel from Manu. He just floated it into the fringe and let it release. The ball just broke a little extra. Otherwise, if you look at it in on the plus side, it's an uphill putt coming from him, and distance control is very good.
It's probably the easiest 4-footer you'll get on that green. Rahil looks charged up, Aditya. I wouldn't put it past him if you hold this putt.
Yeah, from the moment he's left that seventh green till now, it is the more energetic, vibrant man which we are accustomed to, who is joyful and yet focused while staying
He's had
at the moment.
He's had a hat trick of birdies. He's birdied 8. He's birdied 9. No, he got robbed on 9.
Yeah, ninth was a bit of a.
And he's birdied 10.
And from the way he's striding along, won't be a surprising sight if this ball is in the bottom of the hole past this putting stroke, which is going to impart on that golf ball. A bit of a away sloping pin position from where Rahil has found his ball.
And it's just, you need to find the crest of this putt and let it drip down after that. See if you can get the pace right on this one. Now he's lost it to the right. He knew it was right from the word go.
Yeah, that ball was maybe.
He was hoping it doesn't turn.
A roll slower than it would have.
I think it was always right off his where it should have been. These are putts that you don't want to miss on the lower side.
Yeah.
There has no chance of going in. Gravity will not allow it to go in. If you're missing it on the higher side at that pace, it might still have gone in.
It could have had a chance of trickling in, like Maniram's ball trickled in that yesterday at the last moment, which he never saw, but had got mimicked by his caddy to what exactly happened.
Well, Saptak, relatively easier downhill putt. Not much break in this. Aditya, what would you say? How much do you think it's going to break?
Saptak's ball, if I'm not wrong, it's going to have a right to left break of maybe a half a foot.
Well, Saptak, Aditya says half a foot. Let's see what you've got.
I just hope he's got it right, even if I'm wrong and the ball is at the bottom of the hole.
He's put a good roll on it. And he's found the bottom. Saptak's shown us a lot of promise on the greens this week.
Saptak's covered some real estate with his putter. Some serious real estate.
And Akshay has birdied number 12, so he's on Ryan's heels as well, along with Manu. So I would say right now it's a three horse race. Manu, Rahil, and Akshay.
Yes, from the looks of it, the man who's going to lift up the trophy is going to be amongst either of these three, because then there is a reasonable gap in between in terms of scoring, where Arjun and Abhinav Lohan are at 15 under par. So the gap's a little massive to catch up onto. But stranger things have happened, and this is a very critical moment for Manu, as he needs to hold this putt to stay one shot back. And Arjun has a chip coming up on hole number 12th, which is a little dicey one, and very easy peasy expression way terms of how Manu executed that lengthy par putt on hole number 11th. He seems to make things look very, very simple, but it's not always the case, as it was a difficult part, and it's the demeanor of the man which makes it
I
look
think
so simple.
he's very in the moment kind of person. He's very there's no emotiveness in him. That's the way I think he gets the best out of himself on the golf course, and which is should be done also, because emotions are not the best things as far as your heart rate are concerned.
That's something which we all are trying to keep control upon, as the best of the athletes beats per second, and something like 74, 78, if I'm not wrong.
You can see that Rahil is remaining aggressive. He's taken a longer, you know, teeing off club on that 12th hole. It's a tricky hole. It's a tight driving hole, but not long. But the key to the hole is your second shot. If you're not on the fairway, it's difficult for you to
Yeah,
hold the green.
I guess it's the strong prevailing headwind, which you can see the gusts coming up. Otherwise, in general, at 370 yards for the length of Rahil is, it is.
It looks like he's missed it a bit to the right. He's been a bit quick from on top today. Yeah, but he looks like it's okay.
He's looking for acknowledgement from the people in front to see where that ball has ended up, because if you're a little too far right, it's rather precarious second shot coming up. But nonetheless, yeah, the wind seems to be getting
I think
stronger.
14 under is out of it right now. It's too far back for anyone who's 14. 15 is still doable. 4 shots you can do, but 5 or 9 holes with Rahil, the way he's
Well,
played.
even for 15, they'll need some help from the leaders at top to drop a few shots.
Rahil has dropped 1 shot in 28 holes.
That's the
We've
way.
watched 29 holes, sorry.
That's the way to go about it.
I like Manu's rhythm. I like the way his rhythm has not changed. Ryan's a bit quick today. He's quicker than he was yesterday, and when
Yeah, because both the swings were totally different. Rahil looked like he's trying to knock that ball down with a 3 wood with a quicker tempo, keeping it low under the wind. But it looked like Manu was just taking his hybrid and floated in the air to let it ride and drop softly.
I think he just was a little late on it again. Like he was on the eighth hole, par three, just a bit late on it, and things the hips are firing a bit faster than he's used to.
Yes, Stefan with the relatively easier chip. I think he's hit it too hard. Yeah, that's getting way away from the hole than he would have liked.
It's a very challenging green. That's
Yes.
probably the only defense this hole has as far as scoring is concerned. Yeah, the hazard in the middle. But if you're hitting with a hybrid or a long iron for your tee shot, it's not in play. But if you're the green, if you're not coming from the fairway, it's really difficult to hold this green.
Yeah, you need to be in the short stack over here in case you want to not even attack the flag, but be on the correct tier where the flag stake is, because it's a very small surface,
So
and it's already got 2 tiers in it, so not easy to be at the
Arjun,
right place.
with his par attempt here on number 12, this is a must make for him to have any chance of winning this, because I don't see Rahil coming back that far.
Yes, he needs to make this and green light a few more attempts on different holes to power through towards catching up the leaders. Sizable power putt left. Not a distance which you would want, but nonetheless, that
You know,
beautiful putting
I
stroke.
love his putting stroke. His amazing rhythm to it, and the acceleration is so smooth. I don't see him misjudging the pace of putts very much. We have two good, really good putt. Actually, Stepan also has been putting very well today. Robin Hub is also really good with
But
the short stick.
nobody is putting as good as Saptak. He's putting lights out.
So I think the 10th hole has played the easiest hole this week. It's just strewn with birdies and eagles. We have a very rare bogey on it today, and that was made by Rohan Dhole Patil. This only bogey on number 10 so far from all the players who played, and everybody has played number 10 today. And we have one, two, three, four, five,
I think it'll be better if you just
7,
count
8,
the pars on
9,
it. That's it.
10, 11, 12 pars. 12 pars and a bogey, and the rest are all birdies. And there are
Yes.
four eagles.
And the field is comprising of 55 professionals going about their business. So it's way under par. It's scoring number, which is the 10th hole. And a look at Abhinav Lohan. What I think he's got a relatively simple breaking putt. Very well hold.
So our friend Gaurav Pratap is on his roller coaster again, like he was yesterday. Birdies, bogeys, double bogey, birdie. And he's one under after making five birdies.
Yeah, I had a conversation with him last night, and he said that's the way I like to play the game. Unfortunately, a little more deep blue than I would like, and with the course having endless multiple stops back to back weeks, I'm sure we'll see Gaurav Pratap in the winning ways which he recently experienced last year after a solitude of 14 years in between his two wins.
Yeah, he's a true,
We've seen players with shorter professional careers.
yeah, he's a true journeyman pros are who have had a long journey and have had the tenacity to stay with it.
Yeah, you got to stay the course and keep at it in case you want results.
That's
And
our mobile scoreboard on the golf course. You can see on your screen.
yeah, that's more of a live leaderboard, which gives you the players an perspective of how the scoring is going on in case they want to.
Well, our friend Vikrant has the lone eagle on number 17 this week. He's
Yeah,
made two.
that's a great shot on that hole, and it's a very good number on that hole. Now here's a look at Saptak from the middle of the fairway.
He's got a longer club than he would have liked on this hole because it looks like he's like got a 7 iron from the looks of it.
That looks like a lengthy club than most what we have seen on this hole, or a player would want for himself. But nonetheless, it's the stock.
The good
Short
thing is
glass.
he's hitting it into the wind, so it's going to stop.
On
It's on
that
the
tear,
short
it will
stop.
take all his
You can see
abilities.
that he's just gone a bit. He just rerouted a bit too far from the inside. It started a bit right on him, looking anxiously.
But there's enough room on the right hand side if a player has leaked it right. But uh, nonetheless, not the
He's on the
intent by any
putting
player.
surface though.
Yeah, the pull out of the putter means that he's got a lengthy putt coming up. Versus Manu is reasonably ahead of where Saptak is and is also in the middle of the fairway. Be interesting to watch what our leader Rahil has got left for himself on this hole, because what we saw, Rahil had the tallest club in his hand at the tee. But that expression of leaking the ball right would
Yeah,
be
but
interesting.
the pin's on the left, so you don't have any tree trouble, I think. This one, 15 feet right, draw it in. If it draws, so be it. If it doesn't, 15 feet from the hole is not a bad position on this.
Yeah, he's
tree.
the expression looks like he's launched it high with that staying back higher release. Not very happy with the outcome.
maybe just a bit short from because he's looking up at the breeze. He thought there was misjudged the yardage
Yeah,
from the looks of it.
that's the maximum emotion you're going to see from that man. A sign of despair, if you might believe it or not. That's what it meant. Now it's
Yeah,
in,
it's very rare that I've seen him do that though.
yeah. That's the kind of expressions I have when I'm not happy with the drink of water which I've had, being it temperature wise. And he's executed an important shot and pretty much expressionless after that. Goes to show that it is a variable which you should account for.
Yeah, you can see. I can tell you, 95% of that gallery is rooting for Rahil. 95% minimum.
Maybe more. Maybe more.
Be interesting to see where Rahil is at his approach on number 12. That's a green that if you miss it, it asks you some questions.
Yeah, that's a beautiful drone visual of the road adjoining the 13th fairway and the 12th, as well as
So you can
the
see
underlying metro line, which we were being
yeah,
explained about.
the metro is going to go down there and it's going to go underneath the 13th green.
It's the metro's fault that I'm not making eagles over there, right? I should write a written
It's
complaint
not
about
the
that.
metro's fault that you're not finding the fairway. There's no metro line where you're hitting your tee shot from.
Yes, but you have another approach to go about how Vikrant went about holding a second shot. So there's a realistic chance of holding a third shot out from somewhere or the other.
You can see Manu coming up short. He missed just the wind a bit. Rahil also leaking it a bit right, probably a little longer than what he would have wanted. But so has Saptak. You could see it from the lines on his golf swing that he had just got a bit underneath it.
It'll be very interesting to see who putts first because they'll get a serious read on the break and the speed.
I think Rahil's going to go first.
Yeah, seems to be the case. But after that little emotive finish on the tee shot, I think Ryan will be pretty happy with the dance floor on this green, be it even at this length.
This is a tricky putt, though, to judge the space because it's really slow initially and then speeds up towards the end. So this is probably the tougher of all lag putts.
Yeah, I guess it goes right to left, then a little flat, and then quickly moving away and downhill. So we'll take a little bit of imagination and execution being merged together to get desired results versus what looks to be the case for Manu is that an open club face lob wedge is going to flight up onto the tear where the green is and come to a reasonable release halt. Not a bad option to actually choose and get away from that severe step up which faces his third shot. Very well executed from Manu on hole number 12th. Even the gallery understands the difficulty of that shot and appreciating it.
Well, yeah. Manu's chipping, like the other parts of his game, is pretty dialed in. He's a complete player, so expect nothing less from him. Ryle has his work cut out to get this pace right because this is probably one of the toughest lag putts you'll get on this golf course. And Akshay has birdied number 13 as well and has moved to 19 under. So we have a tie right now with Akshay Sharma and Rahil Ganji at 19 under.
Yeah, that's an interesting bit of update as we have Akshay for the very first time joining the top of the helm alongside Rahil at 19 under par. So critical times for the man who's had the lead for the most of the day and yesterday. Rahil getting along with
Yeah, he's
his
gonna
part.
put wrap Let's hope it's at the right pace, which is it is, and that's brilliant, by the way.
That's a very good part. Anything better would be the bottom of the hole.
That was a really difficult lag part, I can tell you, from what I've experienced on that green.
Yeah, and that swing from Badal suggests that he's flared it a little to the right. No, it's in the
He
middle
likes-
of the fairway.
Yeah.
He's brought it in back from the right hand side, and we can see all three players in the middle of the fairway. Or is that Stefan moving towards a bit of a Aaron tee shot from the hole number 13?
I don't think it's a tee shot. Some players prefer to play the tee shot into number 14, playing 13. So
Yeah, but not at that distance. It needs to be way further ahead. Way further ahead. Because somebody who ends up there is probably a pulled 2 iron or something like that. Because the driver's not going to land up this shot unless he's had some tree trouble. Now, Saptak, who already is a very good putter, as he's shown, has got a very good read. So this should be
And Ryle's
relatively easy for him.
yeah, he's just got the pace correct also. Maybe under borrowed watching Ryle's ball not turn.
Yeah, Rahel's ball was a little hotter, I guess. That's why it went fast. The initial break a little stronger and didn't end up where Saptak's ball was.
Yeah, Saptak was coming a little more from deeper into the green, so Saptak's ball was going to turn more than Rahel's. Manu with his
Well,
the 4-footer,
yeah,
left to right.
I guess it's a little less than that. But what is interesting to watch is your prediction about the gallery being interested in what Rahel is doing is very evident as Rahel has moved off the green and most of the gallery is catching up with him, not realizing Manu has got an equivalently relative putt on hole number 13.
Well, it's we as a nation are very emotionally attached to things, and Rahel has a lot of their emotions are definitely attached to Rahel Ganji. Saptak with his cleanup par putt on number 12. Has a little bit of borrow in it from right to left. So Saptak giving it its due importance. Saptak's dad, Rajiv Talwar, in the background, in the white cap on, keenly watching his son, who finds himself a little too far back presently. He's 13 under, 6 shots back behind our leaders, Akshay and Rahil. Well, you can see Akshay has laid his tee shot quite a fair bit back, leaving himself a foolish shot coming in to this flag. The flag today on number 14 is 24 paces in and 5 from the left. So probably a good decision off the tee, leaving yourself a longer shot. It's a really tight target towards the back of the screen. It gets really narrow at the end. You can see how narrow the green is towards the end of the green, and anything plus is going to go over the back out there. That's actually not a bad shot. It's really narrow at the end of the screen. You don't need to fly it to the flag. You need to land this ball 5-6 paces short of the flag if you wanted to stop next to the flag. So maybe half a club too much by Akshay. And these half wedge shots that Shaurya and Badal have, they're no easy shots. They need to pitch it again about 5 paces short of where the flag is. Anything more than that is going to roll over the back. But we've seen Akshay having a really good day with his wedge around the greens today. So Doesn't seem to be bothered by that. Badal with his approach on number 14, 60, 70 yards left. This is a really tight wedge shot. He needs to pitch it 5 paces short of this flag with the correct trajectory. Just under hit it. It's a very demanding pitch shot. So I don't see many balls coming up close to the flag on number 14. And we haven't had so many birdies there as well. We just had very few birdies on number 14 today. Lots of pars and bogeys though. Shorya, similar length approach. Let's see if he can do better. You can see that he's also under hit it. Maybe a couple of more yards of airtime would have.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, रिहाइड्रेट, फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हो या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हो, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
Positions, they say they know how much more green they have behind. I would say Akshay is probably best place here. He's got a relatively uphill chip. The others have a uphill first and then downhill. Those are not the easiest putts to have. So Akshay is looking to hold this one. A little bit from his left. Ideally, he wants to first you want to see what the trajectory you want, and once you choose the trajectory, which is all primarily determine the way the ball is sitting, the lie it has. Once you choose the trajectory you want to say, okay, this is where my landing spot is, and that's what he's trying to judge, which way the ball's going to release when it hits the putting surface, because he's in the money country of things and he's well and truly in the middle of the action. He's a co-leader. So he knows how important these next few holes are, and every shot matters. So he's serving this very intently. Yes, what kind of make percentage would you give this chip from here? How many out of 10 would you see hold out by Akshay and with his present form?
0. It's a very difficult chip putt. I would rather hope that he evades and walks away with a up and down, and does not end up dropping a shot. It's a tight up and down from there.
I think it's straight uphill though. Straight uphill. He's just hit it a little too hard though.
That's the problem with this shot. The uphill gives you that perspective that you will be able to do that, but the ball keeps going away from you.
That's a really bad miss by Akshay.
I've experienced that firsthand, and that's why I could tell you that. Because that slope where that flag is very small. Thereafter, the ball just chases away.
Sampath Chari has been a bit sadistic with the 14th pin position today. He's asking questions of our professional golfers, and not many have answered. Only a couple of birdies amongst all the groups that have played today on number 14. Badal with a long birdie putt coming up. He was 50, 60 yards. It was a matter of, there was just one area where that pitch could have landed for it to come close to the flag, which he missed by a couple of yards. Has a 30-footer left for birdie. This one is steep uphill first, and then it gets away from him. Once it gets over the hill. So let's see if you can judge this one correctly, which he's come woefully short on.
Yes, the tournament has entered a very critical phase where they can see a swing of two shots, quite possibly, in case Akshay misses this and Rahil walks off with a birdie.
And Rahel's playing the par 5 13th hole, and it's a relatively easy birdie hole.
Yes, with the current form he is in, we could predict that there is a substantial amount of percentage favoring him that he walks off with a birdie rather than a par.
Yeah, it's more like a 4.5 par for him today.
Here you have Akshay going again back to that chipping area and trying to understand what's happening. It's not one of the easiest ones to get about it. Shaurya also has a bit of a roller coaster part coming along for him.
Yeah, it's 24 paces in. The green is 29 paces deep. So you have only 15 feet behind the pin. It's probably the toughest pin you'll get on that green. And Jory has left himself 25 feet, and he needs to judge this to perfection, because once it gets over the hill, it gets really quick, and you can see it's quick, and it's going to, he's got 7 feet coming this side. Badal has 7 feet coming from the other side. Akshay has 8 feet coming from the other side. So it's like a 8-foot putting contest amongst the trio on your screen.
Yes, and the flagstick on that rather.
Probably the easiest putt is Shaurya has the easiest of the three.
Yeah, Shaurya has the easiest of the three because he's got a little bit of an upslope, which means he can hit it a little wee bit harder than the rest of the players.
And you can see initial part of Akshay's putt is into the grain, so it's a little slow initially, and then once it gets to the crest, it starts dribbling down fast. So this is a test. Though he's been putting very well today, he's hold almost everything in sight. So Abhinav, making birdie on number 13, has gone to 16 under for the tournament. He's in lone fourth position presently. The lead held jointly by Akshay and Rahil. Akshay with a testing par putt coming up on number 14 on your screen. He's surveyed this from every angle possible. And that's him aligning the line which is drawn on the ball to the intended starting line. That's a view of the 12th green, the green that our leaders have just finished. Beautiful drone view of the clubhouse at Tolly Club. You can see that's the Tolly Club flag hoisted up. Those are tennis courts, clay courts, cement courts, both. Putting green. They have those on the far end of your screen. That is the accommodation available for members to book in case they want to stay at the club. And the beautiful clubhouse restored to its old glory. Everything is like it was a century ago, maybe more, a century and a quarter now.
Yeah, some really good aerial views of the clubhouse.
The most
from 360
unique
view.
putting green. It's L-shaped.
Yeah, previously it used to be front half putting greens, like latter half chipping also provisionally allowed. But with the upcoming new chipping green on the left hand side, while you're walking towards the range, means this is in totality just a putting green.
Yeah, and you can see that checker tiled area at the bottom. That's the veranda where you can enjoy a really nice Sunday brunch if you want. And this is where they hold most of their social activities. Yeah, and the Shamiana, which is also the gazebo, which is on your next to the 18th green and the first tee box. That water tank is very close to the 16th or 15th tee box, from what I remember.
Yeah, that is true.
Having done professional sport for that long, I think to keep the motivation going, it's nice to mix it up, when you're not in season. So I ride, I play tennis, I swim. The riding is very close to my heart because of the animals and the horses. There's something about horses that is just very dear to me. And it runs in my family, I guess. My dad played polo. So I try and, fill in his big shoes sometimes. Yeah, I'm very proud of that. My father served for nearly 15 years. On my mother's side, there's 7 generations were in the army. So dating back to right from Maharaja Ranjit Singh's general, one of his generals was one of my great grandfathers, and right down from there to when India became independent. I think they've stayed in the army. Most of them have served the nation. It's a matter of pride for me. But I chose golf, and this has been very close to my heart.
Oh, you can the metro. The station is very close to the Tollygunge club. That station is called Tollygunge. And then the train goes underground and it winds itself towards the left, and you can hear the vibrations under the 13th green. You can feel the vibrations rather. Beautiful drone view of the Tollygunge golf course and of the Tollygunge area. And if the camera takes us a little further away, we could see the RCGC golf course, which is on the other side of the Chaurangi Road. Beautiful bird's eye view of this majestic piece of real estate. Akshay with that jailbreak chip on number 5.
Some highlights from the Leon round as chip in from Akshay, long distance dial in from Stefan, and a quick cleanup by Rahil and Arjun Prasad.
You can see that frustration in Ryle. That was the 7th green where he missed his easy birdie on. Well, it'll be interesting to see whether Akshay made that pass save.
Yeah, eager breaths of wait of what has transpired for Akshay on the 14th and Rahil on the 13th.
See, look at Maniram's score today. He's 300 today, Aditya. Man with limited athletic abilities, he knows how to, capitalize on every opportunity he gets.
Yes, he's capitalized on that very nicely by adding another thing to it by not even looking at what happens to the ball after he's hit it.
Head down, huh?
Head downs or nothing given towards what's happened and not bothered, staying in the zone in a very for the spectators, viewers who are keen on watching and enjoying some beautiful golf being played throughout the season. You can log on to the various different portals of Professional Golf Tour of India, ABP Live, and Eurosports to watch what's happening in terms of professional golf in various cities. The tour has begun its 2024 journey and will be transiting throughout all the big major cities, be it Calcutta, Bangalore, Haryana, and Telangana, Ahmedabad. We are going to pull out pretty much all the stops, and You can look up with the local listings on Professional Golf Tour of India and stay tuned and visit those various sites in case you want to watch and live the offers and get a first-hand experience about it.
Well, it's it's a tough journey for a professional golfer. I've been one for a decade and a couple of decades now, and it's fun if you're playing well.
Yes,
But
it is fun when you're
if
playing
you're
well.
on the wrong side of the cut, it's no fun. I can tell you, it's a tedious, gut wrenching journey.
Yes, I've done it for 17 straight years and had a bit of a halt amongst my journey of staying a professional golfer. But fortune favors the brave, and next week is an acid test for a lot of players alongside which I will try and compete with. Next week, we're going to play Telangana Masters, Wooty Dream Valley Masters at the Wooty Golf and Country Club.
I believe it's a good.
It's a
good
beautiful layout and a very, very interesting layout. I was having a word with the GM of that venue, Mr. Rupendra Singh Gill, and he is all prepped up, running helter skelter, pillar to post to make sure that the playing conditions are immaculate for the players.
Well, when golf in India has come leap and bounds. I remember playing my first ever pro tournament as a junior. It was the OCM Open in Amritsar. At it was called, I think it was called the Panther Golf Club or something like that. And if the prize money was ₹1 lakh. I remember Ali Sher winning it, and that time the people to watch out for, or the stalwarts, were Ali Sher, Basad Ali, Rohtas Singh, T Nagaraj, and so. And I look back, and we I couldn't have perceived what I see today. And as far as professional.
As the years have rolled out, professional golf has come a long, long way with prize purses being in magnitudes of 1 CR. So, big jump forward by the Professional Golf Tour of India in terms of joining hands with the DP World Tour and amping up the prize money
And
and the world ranking points, and also the number of events which we are going to play for this season and the past season. So, in case you're wondering, this would be a time to live your heart out and give this profession a legitimate, realistic try.
This is the 17th hole, dog leg right to left, par 4. And on your screen is Sachin Basoya.
Yeah, Sachin, the defending champion for this venue, who had top spots last year, cleans up for his what would be the par attempt. And after a score update, we have seen that Akshay has dropped a shot. That means he didn't make that putt. So,
Sachin is
bit of a
1 under
misfortune for
today,
him.
so day. 10 under total. Yeah, I think that was just him, trying to force the issue with the chip. I think he just hit it too aggressively, and he wanted to hold it. He just heavy-handed it, and that's our big man Udyan Mane on the 18th tee box. He's represented India at the Olympics in Tokyo.
Yes, Udyan, a very, very strong ball striker and has got multiple wins under his belt, and will be interesting to see how it takes on the challenge on the 18th hole.
He's playing decently well today. He's 3 under for the day, 11 under total. He's just a little bit.
That needs
might
to
not
stay.
hold the
That
putting
needs to
surface,
stay.
which
Just
is
trickles away. It's all right.
that saucer effect on these false front and false sides to this green. Very Donald Ross design.
But the good thing is he's got enough green to work with, as he's on the left hand side if you're approaching from tee to green, and flags tucked in towards the right hand side. A lot of room for him to work around, and he's generally got a very good chipping technique. And on another flash update, Rahil has made a birdie on hole number 13th, which means somebody has broken into the 20 under par barrier. Rahil has
So as Manu. Manu is also birdied it as well. He's 19. He's nipping at Rahil's heels. He's like a bull terrier. He's not going to get go. Which is what we want. We want this thing to get as exciting as possible. And Akshay with that unnecessary mistake on number 14. Sachin with a really good tee shot on number 18. Probably one of the closest ones you'll see today. It's a 202-yard par 4, the 18th. Narrow putting green. Playing alongside Udayan and Sachin is M. Dharma. Just overcooking it a bit with his draw, finding the green side bunker on the left. M. Dharma 1 over today, 7 under for the event. This front right pin is probably will suit Rahil out of the last top three which are playing today, because he can work it both ways. This is not a typically a drop in. Well, that's the pin is practically not on the green on number. You can see with that bunker shot as well. Reigning All India Amateur Champion Subhash Tamang from Nepal is just recently turned professional. This is his first professional tournament. He, having done exceedingly well at the qualifying school, becoming runner up to Matthias Dominguez. Well, Dharma surveying what he's got left on number 18. It's relatively straightforward bunker shot. Not sure what kind of lie he's drawn in the bunker. So you've played with Dharma. How far do you think this bunker shot is going to come out to?
Dharma is a very good bunker player. I won't be surprised if it's inside 5 to 6 feet, as he's got enough green to work with, and the amount of endless practice session hours in the practice green he spends in should be a mere formality for him to close out with a par on the dangerous 18th hole.
You see that I don't think the ball was lying very well because you saw that he really went very hard at it.
Yeah, that wasn't anything what
That's not the softness that we expect from
a standard Dharma
Dharma.
play. Yeah, he must have had drawn a very bad lie.
He's got a very funny sign at the back of his t-shirt. Thank God it's not a Target sign.
That's Akasha Air, newly being launched in our country. He's the brand ambassador for it. Why I know that is because I have shared a flight with him.
Oh, that's nice. That's good to know that professional golfers are being sponsored and promoted. Something which has changed over yesteryears.
Yeah, it's always good to seek support in terms of acknowledgement about your game and career-wise also, be it financially, mentally, or equipment-wise.
But then coming, that's it's a very the ball nestles down around the green on number 18. There's this saucer, and then at the base of the saucer there's this collar which is not it's got a little got more growth than the other parts, and the ball settles down, so it's not very easy to judge the rollout on these chips on number 18. You can see that extra, and he's elected to
Part it out
part
from
it
that
out.
heavy stuff.
Yeah,
So that'll
it's
be an interesting watch. That means he's drawn a very uncomfortable lie.
really unusual for Dharma to elect to putt from that far off the green through such different surfaces: the fast green, the medium fringe, and the slow first cut.
Yeah, and interestingly, so he's
If
jabbed that in a way where the ball actually landed on
on
the
the green only,
green.
it
Yeah.
was like a chipper.
So
Yeah,
from a club which is roughly about 2 to 3 degrees of launch, he's got substantial hang time on it.
yeah. Well, if it's he's his best judge as far as his confidence is concerned towards a shot.
Yes, Dharma, multiple winner on the Professional World Tour of India, knows a thing or two about short game, and he would be the best judge to see and understand what's transpiring with that particular lie.
Just rammed it through the break there. Sachin on number 18. Well, the Asian Tour has a few of our Indians participating there at the Malaysian Open presently.
Yes,
And
a very strong contingent,
and
Indian
Gaganjit is
contingent.
defending his title.
Yeah, we have a very strong contingent with Hani, Yuvraj, Karandeep, and a few others. I'm sorry to miss out on their names, but yes, a very strong contingent for the past few years now that India has produced very good players. In fact, Veer would also be there if I'm not wrong. And here is a look at Dharma for what he would be hoping for his last stroke of the day for Tollygunge Club. And that would be the case. Interesting to see how long and unique his putting grip is, but he still holds it the normal way. Unlike Rahil, who's got a tall putting grip and has left arm below more.
A lot of different ways of skinning a cat, Aditya. As long as it works under pressure, don't don't stop doing it.
Yes, I would understand that, but I would still don't understand why people call it skinning the cat. You could skin so many things, leaving the cat aside. And
We'll have to go
Sachin,
down into history and find that out.
Trying to clean up and walk away. Not a very desired result by Sachin as he was defending his title, but nonetheless a very uh, subtle start to the season as he's going to post at least top 20 finish on the very first tournament of the season.
Yeah, he's presently at 18th position and a total of 10 under. He was in the middle of the thick of things yesterday, but yesterday was one of those rounds which took him out of contention.
He had a very subdued round considering his way of play, and that putter has got more tangents than the next generation Star Trek spaceship.
The head is as big as him.
There's nothing as big as Udin Mane. Nicely done, cleaned up. But yeah, technology is taking control of a lot of things. So is the case with the golfing equipment. We have so many, so different, unique designs of equipment available these days. As we just witnessed of what Udian's using, I'll definitely ask him to give me a try of that putter next week. And here's a look at Maniram, who was not shying away from getting into red figures. He is 3 under par for his round, and
He's moving it back right to left very nicely on this hole. Probably exactly where Udayan was. No, maybe just short of that.
a little short
And
of
when
that.
you try Udayan's putter, make sure you don't miss it.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
As Rahil is still in control of being at the number top spot, which is 20 under par after 13 holes. Alongside very close pursuit is Manu Gandas, his playing partner, at 19 under par. Akshay, after dropping a shot, is at 18. So, in all fairness, it is in between Rahil and Manu now, because after another recent update, we realized that Akshay has also dropped one back-to-back shots on hole number 14th and 15th, which puts him at 17 under par. So it's between Manu and Rahil Ganji to take top honors, and as
I
of
think
right now,
21, you're probably right. 21 will take it. I
yeah,
don't, whatever that Akshay needs to, if he gets to 21, he has a realistic chance. If he doesn't, I don't
well,
think
he
should.
has a probable chance of reaching there, as he is at 17. He can stretch it out to 18, 19, 20. He can at least grab up to 20 under par and try and see if he can make a way towards a playoff, if possible, if Rahil and Manu do not jump over that number. Because out of the 3 holes which Akshay has got left with him, if Akshay can hit a good tee shot on the 16th hole, it is a green light hole for birdie, such is the case with 17th also. 17th flagstick, where it is right now, is very accessible. Anything which lands in the middle half of the
This is a
green.
drone view of the pin on number 17. You can see how close to the edge of the green the pin has been placed today. There's no margin of error there.
That's current talk after a very arid approach shot, chips it in and exhales a big, exciting relief.
Yeah, Karan's all right. He's 2 under, 12 under. That takes him to 13. Good week for him.
Yeah,
Went back to
Karan,
qualifying school this year.
yeah, Karan had a very good round yesterday, and he's building upon that to march towards and stay tied inside top 10. But that birdie should move him in a tie of 8th, if that was a birdie chip.
Saptak has resurrected his round. He's even par now, having double bogeyed the first hole.
Saptak had a blow hot, blow cold kind of a day where he's made all kinds of numbers from 6, 2, 4, and 5s on his scorecard.
Sarthak on number 17.
Making a long birdie putt look very, very simple. That's some very good putting in general if you look by the field. They're dialed in from quite a fair bit of distance away and finding the bottom of the hole with a very simplistic ease.
Shankar Das on your screen, the third member of this group. I think 15 under is out of this tournament. I don't see Rahil or Manu coming back that much. 17, Akshay needs to at least post at least 19 or 20, right? At least. And hope for some help from Rahil.
Yes, anybody other than Manu needs Rahil to drop down because rest of the people will have to move heaven and earth to catch him otherwise. Rahil, after his first 3 rounds of brilliant play, has ensured that he is still at the top of the leaderboard and is at 20 under par.
Well, the stage is set for an exciting finish at the PGTI Players Championships 2024, presented by Tollygunge Club, at coming live on ABP from the picturesque Tollygunge Club in Kolkata. There is a slow motion swing of our leader Rahil, stays so on top of it. And we just to work a little bit on strengthening his left side. It collapsed a little bit.
Very good club tracing technology for understanding various different swings and how the shaft and the club reacts for different players in with different ways of how they swing.
Yeah, this answers your question why he hits it higher. You see how far back his head goes back? That's where his high trajectory comes from. But he has to marry that because his club is a bit shut on top. If he doesn't, that ball will go left on him very quickly.
Very quick, very low, and that's a good touch on
Ryan
the
is
18th
just
hole.
double bogeyed number 14, ladies and gentlemen, and we have a new leader now, Manu Gandas. He's leading a tournament. So Ryle is helping out Akshay Sharma right now a little bit. And our new leader is Manu Gandas at 19 under.
Rather unfortunate turn of events and rather different approach by Maniram. Actually saw what happened to that ball, but he was quick and about to have a look at what the ball is traveling. But this is a step back, a very unexpected step back by the tournament leader, and opens up an door for somebody who's sitting at 17 under par.
Subhash Tamang from Nepal. He's par today, 9 under for the tournament. He is the reigning All India Amateur Champion. He won that at RCGC this year across the road.
If you look at the pattern of scoring, Akshay has not done a bad job. He's at 5 under par with still 3 holes to go. So stranger things can happen. A very good scoring done by Mateus. He also shot a 5 under par, and
after bogeying the last hole.
Yes, after making a bogey on the last hole. And so is the case for Amardeep Malik. He's also 5 under. He shot around a 5 under par. So I guess the scoring is possible, and players can go deep, is what has been showed by these gentlemen by putting out some really good scores. Karthik Sharma is 4 under for his round. I mean, he's finished his round and he's 4 under par. So another update is Akshay has made a birdie on the hole number 16th and is at 18. So 19 and 18, 18 respectively. Manu one shot clear of Rahil and Akshay Sharma. Rahil finding himself in uncharted territory for at least for this event, where from being sole leader, he is tied for second position. Very, very interesting times for anybody who's tuning in right now. We have a stretch of 4 holes left, so maybe 45 minutes, and we will have an update on who has clinched the title of the very first event of the Professional World Tour of India 2024, presented by Tolly Club.
Yeah, we might go into extra time today from the looks of things. We might have it's looking very tight on top. Three-horse race right now between Manu, who's leading the pack at 19 under, and followed by Akshay and Rahil. Rahil having a rare double bogey, probably the only one he made this week. Yeah, so things have become interesting on top. Mohammad Sanju cleaning up on number 18.
That was a simplistic up and down for Sanju. He'll be getting out of the way for the next group to come and have their go at hole number 18th, which will be the 72nd hole for Karan Tonk. After that, chip in and his playing partners.
So
Karan playing alongside Sarthak and Shankar Das.
Karan with the honor on number 18. Okay, let's predict the shot.
Little short front hat side, a little short of the green.
Looks like it's center green, 15 feet from the swing.
That was a collected finish and quick pickup of the tee. Usually means a very good tee shot by the player, and it is Mr. Chibber who also on his 72nd hole would want to emulate something similar to what we are presuming Kandong has done.
Yeah, he's working on
Getting the club in front of him.
more rounded around him from the looks of it. He's a little not sure what he was trying to do there because there was a lot of had more planes in that swing than Boeing has. You can see he's trying to flatten it on the way down. He gets a little up and yeah. His rehearsal was an attempt on flattening it, but the result is quite good.
I think is the best tee shot we've seen. That ball barely released after dropping, so must have come up from some serious altitude. Very good tee shot on the 72nd hole by Sarthak. He can get away with a birdie finish, and
Yeah, he could just
he could put himself to 14 under par.
which will take him to joint 7th with Stefan Danik, the Czech in the field.
Yeah, Stefan playing a group behind these guys. And here's the local man, Shankar Das, a more lanky, fluid swing, working more on tempo than plain. That's been the case with him, as it's more of a homegrown swing for him. The ball looks to be on a good lie, and can't be in that front bunker, could it?
Looks like he's found the beach there. There's a few more moves than what would you would like to have in a golf swing. Karan with striding around. He's should be pretty happy with his performance this week. Coming from qualifying school, it's always good to get to a fast start. You know, it allows you to breathe easily. With the keeps you that top 60 is traded top 60 is very important to keep your card. Or with card means playing rights for the season, the next season that is. This is the severe dog leg 17th, and the green is also like a dog leg.
Well, what you will be interested to know is somebody with somewhat of a similar namesake of yours, Devyansh Dubey, has produced in a 3 under par round and sits pretty at 3 under. So sure he's no relative of yours because that expression of listening to that name meant that you heard it for the very first time.
Yeah, I don't have any relatives. No first cousins either. So
There's Akshay marching past towards the 17th green. He's discussing, and that bit of a expressive gesture suggests that he wanted to finish the ball a little more, start the ball a little more right so that it stays on the green. I think he's barely just about missed the green.
it's not a bad place to miss it, though. It's a very straightforward chip.
Yeah,
I said that on number 14 as well, so I'm not going to say anything. I don't want to give him the commentator's curse.
No, Gus, he was just inquiring what's going to happen over there. He's pretty much in relatively closer than where current off was. He would be looking towards that desired result. Both Akshay and Shaurya Binu, in an attempt to pepper the flagstick, have gone fraction bit longer than they would have liked. Looks like Shaurya is trying to get very little elevation and let the ball release towards the hole. Be interesting to see the result. Looks like a very
Bino,
less lofted club.
2 under today and 13 under for the tournament. That's
That's
not what you want left for par on number 17.
Yeah, that ball just came out with roller blades. I think he had little less loft than he should have.
This is a really important shot as far as the outcome of this tournament is concerned. Akshay, 18 under, 1 shot behind our leader, Manu Gandas, who's at 19 under. And this is probably one of the more important chips he's played in his career.
Yes, seems to be having enough loft in his hand and being very deliberate by choking down on it. So he can a little too hot for at least my liking, but he's the better judge of it as he's sitting comfortable at 18 under par. Bit of a tester left off for him after that.
I don't want that putt for par on number 17. There, I would, I think he's just his grip pressure is, he start gripping it tighter, it comes out faster.
That plus, in case you have not noticed, Akshay has this tendency of doing a lot of extra forward press just before he starts his backswing. So I guess that delofts the club a little bit more than he would have liked. But then again, he's sitting at 18 under par and he has got a lot of better idea than we in the comfort of an air controlled environment temperature wise. It's difficult to gauge what's happening on the ground when you're not at it. And somebody who's sitting at 18 under par knows more than a thing or two. Let's hope that both Shaurya and Akshay can make their putts, and Shaurya, who is currently 2 under par at 13, can stay at 13, and Akshay can stay at 18 and have a realistic chance to make a birdie on 19th to up his case to get into a playoff.
Sure, yeah, that's going to cost him a lot of pocket change. He's
Yeah.
he's at 13 under in 9th position. That will take him to 12 under to 11th position.
Tied 11th. So
Yeah. No, actually, it'll be tied 10th then. Because Badal has a really makeable birdie coming up, and that will take him. This is worth a lot of money for Badal.
Yes, but at the age of 19, I don't think Shaw is worried about the money department. He's more about dropping that shot and not being able to finish deeper in red figures. Badal would definitely know a thing about this putt as similar playing conditions
Saptak
for
is
him.
having a really good back nine like he had yesterday. He's 4 under for the back nine and 2 under for the tournament and 16 under for the tournament.
After that horrid start for Saptak, he's done immensely well to be in red and a beautiful putt hold by Badal. And that bit of a grimy smile would mean that's a
Rifle
birdie for him.
smile suggesting too little too late.
Yes, but it's still a step towards the.
This takes him to 14 under.
Yeah, that takes him to tied with Mani Ram, who lit up the back nine with 5 birdies and one single bogey.
Just stumbled over the 18th green.
Yeah, he was in somewhat of a line of where.
So he's got a good read on it. Shaurya Binu showed him a bit of
Showed him
what
the
that
line and
yeah,
the break.
and
Sorry, the break and the speed. So
and so did
I won't be
Badal.
surprised
Yeah, so
if he holds it.
should be pretty routine for him.
Nicely done. Take
And
care of one problem at a time. Now onwards towards the 18th, the 72nd hole for the day, for the week, and try and make a birdie over there as the leaders would, which comprise of Manu Gandas at 19 and Rahil Ganji at 18, alongside Saptak, who's made a good amends to his faulty start, as at 16 under par. Now things can change if Manu can somehow make a birdie on that hole, or could Rahil also, and tie up or clear out each
15th was a
other.
more realistic birdie attempt, I would feel, than 16th. The
15th, yes, absolutely. There is a chance of both these players being able to birdie that hole because it's a drivable par 4 at their length. So eager breaths await the result. What has happened on hole number 15th would give us a very clear insight of how the stretch is going to come along.
both part 15, they both are still holding the score at 18 and 19 under respectively. So now we are into the last 3 holes of this final round. The leaders are playing number 16 now, and on our screen is Shaurya Binu playing number 18, the 202-yard par 3 finishing hole at the Tollygunge Club. Playing alongside Shaurya today is our chasing pack leader Akshay Sharma at 18 under. He's will be very interesting to see where he hits this tee shot on number 18. Could have a huge bearing on the result of this tournament. I'm I wouldn't put it past going into extra time, Aditya. It looks like it could go into extra time.
Yes, there's a possibility of that happening, but in a short duration, we'll get a update on what's transpiring. But from the looks of it, it's the man who's rejoined the PGTI back after a season of travels in different various countries on the DP World Tour, which is Manu Kandas. Manu is at 19 under par, sitting a shot clear of his playing partner Rahil and of Akshay, who's a group ahead of it. Let's see where Akshay's tee shot, very, very crucial tee shot for Akshay. And that ball,
Looks to
he's
be
lost
going
it to the
left.
left, like extremely left.
It's in the greenside bunker. It's not too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but he would rather try and give himself somewhat of a makeable birdie putt and join Manu rather than wait for him to drop a shot.
Yeah, Manu has been blemish free today, so not seeing that happening. Probably the only time there could be a little bit of a flutter is that tee shot on number 16, and here we see the final group on number 16. Rahil, I'm not sure which
What?
shot this is.
That's 15th
That's
hole.
15,
That's
sorry.
the 15th hole. He's got a reasonable putt to make birdie, but from where Manu's standing, I am surprised that he did not birdie that hole. He's standing in pole position if that's where his golf ball is. Arjun Prasad going the layup route on this hole. I think for somebody who to be that far back. Oh my bad, sorry. Arjun's not in that group. Arjun's playing the 17th hole.
Yeah.
And he's hit a very, very good shot. Somewhere little lengthier putt for birdie than Badal, but very, very reasonably makeable putt.
Abhinav, the next to play.
Is Abhinav also coming in from a good angle from there? Or
He's had a disastrous last 3 holes. He's 3 over the last 3 holes and par for today. He's gone bogey, par, double the last 3 holes, Aditya.
He's missed the green just a little bit onto the pin high left hand side over there. Not a troublesome spot to be where he is. But yeah, it's discomforting to see Lohan stumble upon that quickly after being so strong on day 3 and most of day 4.
Yeah, Stefan has just birdied number 16, so he's 2 under and 15 under for the tournament. It's a good last 2 holes would secure his top 5 finish. He's currently in 5th position. Looked like that he made a good swing on it though. Yeah, it's just over the back a bit. No.
So they're pretty much all right. Just very easy to miss a flag which is tucked into the left side to go a little long and little this.
It's barely on the green.
Yes, from that angle it won't
I don't
appear
think
to be on the green.
it looks like it's over the green from that angle because there's that mound in front of the flag which covers the base of the flag.
Now this is a very, very critical juncture for Akshay. He cannot afford to drop a shot over here. If he would want to get into a possible chance into a playoff.
Yep. Yeah. I probably think he has to hold this.
Yeah, from the looks of it, that would be the seems to have a very tricky lie, not a comfortable footing.
It's not a very wide bunker, so it's difficult to get a good footing in it. It's either your left foot is up or your right foot is up on this bunker.
Looks like he's somewhere in Dharma territory.
Yeah. He's aiming out a bit to the left though.
Must come up way hot.
Yeah.
That means a very, very difficult lie is what he would have had from there because the stance looked awkward.
Yep. Sure did. Well, that just makes life a little easier for Manu, which he doesn't know.
Yes, Manu is already a shot ahead of Akshay and his playing partner, which means, barring a shot of a chip in, there is not much of a threat Akshay would pose for the leader.
Shaurya with his chip on number 18.
Yes, Suarez hit it to very good distance, a very small formality tap in par for his 72nd hole. All in all, a very good performance by the young man. I think he's sitting at 11 under par. We'll have an update. Unfortunate bogey for him, and Akshay trying to stay relaxed and understand what lies in front of him in terms of the next shot he has left for the 72nd hole of the tournament.
Yeah. Well, this is crucial.
As you can
as
see,
crucial as it gets for as far as the desired result for Akshay is concerned.
Yes, both Akshay and Lohan need to steady the ship, as in Lohan needs to stop that bleeding, which has happened for him, unfortunately, and Akshay cannot think of dropping a shot. He's being very, very diligent. You see how much shaft lean he already has, and he does a forward press. It even reduces the ball's launch angle furthermore by that. But that was a good attempt.
Yeah, but then that's just now he's. I don't
He,
think he has a chance of winning this one anymore.
yeah, that
That was
untimely.
very unfortunate bogey.
Yeah. More than this, I think it's the untimely bogeys on hole number 14th and 15th is what set him back.
Yeah, he's had a whole bunch of birdies today, though. He's got one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8 birdies today. Three bogeys, and Stevan has just chipped it in on number 17. That's another birdie for him. So he's birdied 16 and 17, takes him to 16 under.
Borrowed just a little
Yeah,
bit, but
must have looked
on
good for him.
yeah, on the other side, on the 18th, Badal has got that and has hold it very comfortably. So that draws it towards the end for Badal for his very first tournament for the season.
And he's finished at a very good showing by him. You know, he's 14 under for the event. If I told him that if I give you 14 under at the beginning of the week, he would have taken it. I think, right?
A lot of players would have, but so seems to be the case. He would have fallen a few shots astray from being the top of the leader, and
Abhinav with his birdie attempt on number 17 coming up.
that's a
Sorry, that's
par
his
putt.
par
That's a
putt.
par putt. That's
Yeah, he was just left of the green with his
not a very
approach.
great chip from a rather very strong player with short game. Lohan never messes out with his short game, and I'm sure the flat stick will come to his rescue. Nicely done. Walks off with a par. Not very happy. You can see that little shake of hand, a shake of head that he's a little uncomfortable.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Just birdied 2 holes in his last 2 holes. So good showing by this young man from the Czech Republic. Qualifying school graduate this year. The qualifying school graduates have done exceedingly well if you look at the result. You know, you have Matthias and Karan and Stepan. They're all in the top 10. 3 qualifying school graduates in the top 10. Aditya, that means, you know, I think they coming through qualifying school, you get a little more match ready playing the first tournament than guys coming from a cold start, right?
Yes, that is the case at what we are witnessing. And the updates in Akshay after that unfortunate bogey on the 18th would leave him at a total of 263 strokes for a total for 72 holes, which means 17 under par. So his charge for picking up the title
Saptak is
has.
birdied another hole, so he's 17 under. If he can finish in a flurry, he might just challenge Manu, Aditya.
And the best part is Saptak is playing with these seasoned professionals and is not shying away from the challenge. So great job by Saptak on that department. As Stefan's ball is I'm just a fraction bit short, somewhere in Shora Binu territory. Very relatively easy up and down faced by him. If there is a spot to miss it, that's the go-to place.
Yeah, that's probably the easiest chip you'll get on the screen. Oh, to the flag presently.
And
So that's on your screen is Arjun Prasad playing his last hole, the leader after 2 rounds.
yeah,
He'll,
Arjun had a very good tee shot yesterday on this. Somehow that ball stayed out of the hole while he made a birdie attempt on it. So he would like to emulate the similar tee shot at least.
yeah, just something just disturbed, and the wind is changing directions or it's changing its speed.
No,
One
I
of the
think
two.
it's the drone on top which is being asked to get a little. Yeah,
Yeah. Don't hit the drone, Arjun. It's expensive.
I think it'll be more expensive for Arjun to hit the drone at the score he's sitting at.
Well, you're gonna reset your buttons there. Go through your whole routine again, young man.
Yeah, just try and regroup himself and readjust to the lines which he wants and get along with his tee shot for the 72nd hole.
Arjun with his last tee shot of this tournament.
Yeah, Arjun would be looking to.
Looks like it's coming back. Started a bit left. Just half a club short. Just like Stepan.
Half a club short, and the line was all right. Had
Yeah.
it commuted a further bit more, it would have been in the front half of the green.
Yeah, the pin is just on, so you see a lot of balls coming up just short of the putting surface.
Yeah, Lohan doing more of a exaggerated, abbreviated finish on this. I think he wants the ball to move a little left to right to channelize and access that flag. Yeah, the finish suggests likewise.
Yeah,
It looks like the ball started on a very good line. We'll soon get to see, but
he fires his hips so fast from on top, and the club gets stuck behind. So it's difficult for him to move it left to right. You have to have your arms more in front of you if you want to fade the ball.
yeah,
This
that's what
is
the
Saptak with his approach into number 17. He's fought his way back into contention.
he's got a
with
good
his-
angle coming in on the.
He's 5 under the back nine, 3 under today, 17 under total.
It's come up way short on that. If that's the golf ball,
Where is the golf ball?
it's on the right side of the screens, way short of the green side bunker. I'll be a very big tester if that is the case.
Ryan, he needs to take it to Manu. Just center right of the green, draw it in, let the slope do the rest of the work. Looks like it's started online though. Let's see if it's got the right yardage on it. Yeah, just we've seen a lot, but that's a really easy putt though.
That's a makeable
Yeah,
putt,
this-
makeable chip option
yeah.
from where it is because anything which he drops on the green is going to funnel towards the flag.
You're right. That ball is just short of the bunker. That's one club too less by Saptak.
And a little discomforting for the rest of the players is Manu is in pole position to come and attack this flag from where he is. He's got a very short club length going in from the fairway and pretty much in line. All Manu would want to do or should do is stand two clubs right of the flag and let it release towards it.
He draws it. This is a very comfortable flag for him.
He draws it. It's a comfortable flag, and from the looks of what we've seen, the ball is prevailing in a pattern where the wind would be from Manu's front to back.
Center green, little bit of a draw.
I won't
Once it hits
be
the
surprised.
putting,
Yeah.
yeah.
I won't be surprised if this ball is within a very makeable distance for Manu.
Looks like he duffed it a bit,
I think he waited for more of a release on because that ball's on the line. If it's maybe 2 yards forward, it would have trickled very close to the flag. So on the better side of it, it's a very good angle to leave yourself upon.
It's a quick putt from there.
Yeah, it's a quick putt, but for a right-hander, it's a right to left putt. So both Rahil and Manu have makeable opportunities on that hole.
Yeah, it's interesting on top. Arjun with a relatively easy chip on number 18,
That's getting away from in a very
leaving,
fast manner.
leaving himself a little
That's more than
knee
little.
knocker.
That's a substantial amount of putt he's left himself. But he's been putting very well. He's hold a few putts to get himself out of precarious situations, and I won't be surprised if he does it on the last hole of the event also.
Very square stance, which is what you want to see in chipping. You don't want any side spin on the ball. Really good chipping technique by Stefan there. Very simple. No, I heard a very nice comment or the other day. He says excellence is not when you got nothing more to put in. It's when you got nothing more to take out. You've simplified everything, and that was a very simple chipping technique by Stepan Danik on the 18th hole. Live feed 2, you have that testing pitch shot by Saptak. This is, if the ball has a little bit of steam when it crosses the hole, it will end up over the green, Aditya. He has to be very precise with his landing spot. With his flight, the spin he wants to get on it, everything needs to be matched up. Otherwise, a little bit short, it won't reach. If it's a little bit too much, it'll go over the back.
Yeah, the window of opportunity is very slim for him over there. For that golf ball to end up there for somebody who's playing that hot has to be one of two conditions. Either he found that golf ball in a divot,
Yeah.
or on its way down, it's clipped some strong tree branch and ricocheted in the opposite direction. Seems to have released it,
Yeah,
but
he's missed his
he's
spot.
rather unfortunate. But Lohan's done a good job with his chip on the 18th hole. Very short makeable putt for him. सब हो जाएगा वार्म.
Arjun surveying his attempt on number 18. Our leaders are on the penultimate hole, the 71st hole of the tournament. The lead, a slender one stroke. Manu has a one stroke lead over Rahil. He's 2 shots ahead of Akshay, who's already finished at 17 under. So I don't see Manu dropping any strokes. And Saptak at 17, he's got his work cut out to save par on number 17. Arjun going through his routine.
Yes, here's hoping that this is his last shot for the day, and that is the case. He's hit a very good putt, really good finish by him, at least in terms of not letting it spiral and still be able to walk off with the red figure, which is one under par for the day. Could have been better, but if you look at it, stumbling blocks, he will build up on this and be coming out all guns blazing the next week. I've known him for a while, and that's the kind of character he possesses. So won't be surprised if he's in contention the next week or the week after that also. Lohan rehearsing intensively for his small par putt, and Saptak from way far out on live feed 1 would be hoping that he hold that putt, but
He's just missed it on the right. It's just got about 2 feet left for his bogey now.
Lohan cleaning up nicely. Rather unfortunate stumble by him, but Yeah, caps off, handshakes, acknowledgements happening on live 2 as well as live 1.
So the stage is set for it's a two man show now.
Yes, it
Rahil
is.
and Manu. And
It's
Manu to go first. He's got about 15 feet left for his birdie.
Yes, Manu can deliver the killer blow over here in case he holds that part. And I would like to see the sway happening on the gallery in case something like that transpires. But on the other side, if Manu misses and Rahil chips it in,
There's be a lot of noise
yeah,
from that
there'll be
gallery.
a lot of awakening up happening for the people sleeping in the rooms behind. Because I don't think this gallery is not going to be non-expressive at all.
Well, Manu is a cool, calm, collected character, so nothing perturbs him. So he won't be flustered by anything that Rahil does. He's very much internalized his processes.
Yes, Manu's a dangerous customer as he's only made 3 bogeys in the last 3 rounds that he's played. So that goes to show about how careful and
And
well done by the
he
young
made
man.
it. So it's balls in Rahil's court now. If he wants to have any chance of winning this, he needs to make this putt.
Yes, Manu has.
That's such a good roll on it. Did you see it? They just hugged the putting surface. The greens are playing so true this week.
Yeah, Rahil has his work very simply cut out for him after that unfortunate double bogey on the 14th. I wouldn't be surprised if this ball is going to the bottom of the hole. Somehow that missed out.
Just left it short. It's he's got two surfaces to contend with. The first surface is slow, then it's fast and it's uphill, and uh, most likely would have come up short. That would be the tendency for that putt. So that's Saptak with his bogey putt on number 17.
Saptak would need to close out with a bogey on hole number 17. Rather unfortunate after the very hot finishing stretch which he has experienced in the back nine of round 4. But that birdie means we are going to anticipate a hole out by Rahil to catch up with the leader because the deficit from 1 is now 2. You can see Rahil using the Pushnell to get pinpoint understanding of what the yardage is, and Manu joins him on that part. Very, very tight tee shot on the 18th for anybody who's trying to catch someone who is 2 shots ahead of them. But the prolific ball striker that Rahil is, I would be surprised that he gives himself a very close look of trying to make a hole in one. Is that's what I'm hoping, but stranger things have happened. Can't rule out anything. A birdie by Rahil, a misstep by Manu, which I don't see happening, could result into something drastic.
Well, Manu's played solid. He's had one blemish in the last 36 holes, so don't see him coming backwards at all.
Especially after that birdie, Manu has the honors and a relatively, if you would call it, a relatively smoother condition to play and hit that tee shot with.
His last drop shot was on the ninth hole of the third round, which was a three putt.
Yeah.
Then he bogeyed 18 also, which was we saw that happening when he missed a relatively easy up and down. Remember?
Yeah, it was very strange of what transpired over there. But from there on, he has collected himself with 6 birdies and finds himself comfortably sitting at 20 under par. And as the leaders balls away on the last hole,
He's coming
he
awfully short, Aditya.
I think the wind's something which is a bit of a concern on this hole.
So that's just giving a ray of hope to Rahil.
Yeah, that gives you a chance
He
if
made a
you
really
are.
he made a really good swing on the last hole on that approach shot. Just maybe 2 yards too much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that seemed to be the case. But Rahil needs to make
One
sure
good
that he gives
swing,
himself a
one
birdie
more good
look.
swing. Give yourself a really good look, and let's see what happens after that. Yeah, I think you can't put it past Rahil to make birdie here.
Absolutely, Rahil's been hitting it wonderfully well throughout the tournament, and won't be a big surprise to see another one launched up on the 72nd hole of the day, of the week. Sorry.
Looks like it started on line though. Not sure where it ended up though.
We'll soon come to know where that golf ball's ended.
Doesn't look like it's on the dance floor.
Maybe a little long. Looked like a bit of a hold off finish by him to keep the ball a little more flighted and tracking towards the hole. Now, Saptak would be looking to make amends of what happened on the 71st hole of the tournament, and because he had a very strong run of getting closer to the leaders. 5 birdies in the back nine set him up with a bogey. Unfortunate bogey on the 17th means he's 2 under par for the day after a shaky start.
Yeah, that bogey just got him into a tie with Stepan at 16 under in fourth position.
Seems to be in a pickle of to which club to choose. He just dropped one club and is going ahead with the selective choice of clubs. That means the wind is playing a big factor. Otherwise, Manu's ball, who's in prolific form, coming up that short, has no other explanation. And you can see on the left hand side how the trees, which are so close to the ground, are also fluttering that hard.
Yeah, a lot of the golfers are misjudging that wind on number 18.
Yeah, even the group before them, which comprised of Arjun Prasad, were on good lines but came up short. So wind is playing a bit of a havoc in being able to gauge the percentage of stoppage time that it will provide on that golf ball.
Yeah, I don't think it's stopping the ball. It's just pushing it downwards.
Well, in a way, it's stopping it from running forward towards the destination the player wants it to go.
I'm curious to know where that tee shot of Rahil Ganji ended up.
Yes, there'll be a eager awaited interesting watch to see what has happened to Royal's golf ball.
Well, the lead is now 2 strokes, 20 under.
Exactly
As
what you had predicted. Unless Manu can chip it in and take it to 21 under par of what I had predicted. But a very strong field showcasing some serious talent of how good scoring conditions, how good the scoring can be if the conditions are given as good as what the Tolly club has presented the players this week.
47 players are under par this week. Manu serving what he has left. This could be.
That's the most leisure walk you can have by anyone who's going to win a tournament at the 72nd hole. Like it seems like it's easy. That walk suggests that the man is not even bothered. But trust me, the permutations and combinations which he's figured out is would be so many on this rather difficult
So
up and down.
would he flight it and land it on, or would he roll it up? Which one would you do if you were there?
Well, with the little bit of
The
height,
guy's on the dance floor. by the way. He's got a putter in his hand. He's on the left side of the green. He has a putt.
Yeah, seeing what bit of a height advantage Manu has, I think he will fly it onto the front half.
I don't think I would do that because that ball's lying a little bit on the downslope. See, he's choosing that spot just short of the green. You can't, if he lands it on just a foot too much, it'll go 6 feet by.
Yes, that can
You
be
can
the
see
case.
how much of a drop off there. And this is the first view we
Yeah,
had
but
of that drop off.
he's got a high lofted club in his hand, and that swing suggests that he's going to do that. My only concern why I'm saying he can fly it off is Manu can afford to drop a shot over here, but he cannot afford to not find the dance floor and again be left with a chip because that false front kicks the ball right if he drops it out, and if he drops it a little hard, he's going to run it way past the flagstick. Over here, he can at least make sure that he's inside 10 feet, and he's been chipping
Yeah.
very well.
Yeah, if he, even if he misses his mark by a foot, he'll just be 7, 8 feet past the flag.
Exactly, he's hit a brilliant shot.
Which is what he's done. Yeah.
So that was more of a percentage shot for him over there because that saucer effect throws the ball way away. Rather easier chip for Saptak from the angle, and the more green he's got to play with.
Yeah. Well executed. Pretty routine chip as far as Saptak was concerned. He had a flat lie. He wasn't coming from the short side. Rahil has his work cut out. Probably more makeable than the putt on the last hole, though. One thing's for sure, he knows what he has to do.
Yes, it's
I mean, even if he gives it a charge, finishes 17, it won't matter to him. I can tell you.
it's rather a situation of what Manu does, because if Rahil holds, he's still hoping for Manu Gandas to miss out on that putt to give him an opportunity.
Emmanuel doesn't have a good memory. This is the last hole he hit bogeyed yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, not his favorite hole, I would say.
You can see a massive gallery in terms of trying to cheer and root for their favorite players emerging in the backdrop. Great to see the support and encouragement the sport needs. Here is Rahil's attempt on the 72nd hole to make birdie, and
I think he's not taken more time than he normally takes. And why did he leave it short, Rahil?
I guess he thought there's more break on, more space on it than there actually is. A bit of a disappointed finish as far as Rahil is concerned. Now the stage is all set. That means Manu will be the tournament winner.
Yes. Well, he's back to his winning ways.
Yeah, so the stage is set. Unfortunate for Rahil, and fortune favors the 2023 Order of Merit winner Manu. Manu signing off with a win is what we would presume, because there is nothing standing in between him. Even if he makes a two putt from here, he will be clear out winning by
I
a
would
single
love
shot.
for him to, just finish this off with this last stroke of his. And he's back to his winning ways. He's had a year of drought last year, right? Did he win last year?
He did not win last year, because that's because he was traveling to severe different countries, golf courses not seen for, conditions not seen for. I was having a conversation with him. He said, from at those venues, I was playing with 4 layers on, and in our subcontinent, we are not used to that.
Yeah, good roll.
Middle
Got
of the
it
hole,
beautifully.
brilliant performance by the young man, showcasing how good his golfing abilities are, and that there is a reason why he's amongst the elite golfers in our country.
Yeah, so he's finished at that number that I had predicted, 20 under. Is with that wind being up today, is that one and a half strokes tougher than usual.
Yes, absolutely. And Rahil had a bit of a stutter where he dropped a shot on the 14th, but you cannot take away the fact that Manu has made three bogeys in a stretch of 72 holes and has shot 6 under par on the final day in a very difficult windy condition.
Yeah, that was that was an expensive putt for Saptak that keeps him at joint fourth along with Stefan Danik at 16 under. So Manu is our winner of the inaugural tournament of the 2024 season, the PGTI Players Championship,
Yeah.
presented by Tollygunge Club, with a 4 round total of 20 under. On our screen is our runner up, Rahil Ganji, with a 4 round total of 18 under.
Yeah, that was an important part for Rahil as well to make sure that he stands alone second.
And in third position, with the score of 17 under, is Akshay Sharma, when we have Stepan Danik and Saptak Talwar at 16 under. A further shorter drift at 15 under, we have Arjun Prasad, our midway tournament leader. And then for a tie for seventh and eighth position, we have Mani Ram and Badal Hussain, in which brings up the top 10 for this tournament.
Yes, what a nervy conditions, what a stellar performance, what comfort playing by Manu, showcasing his brilliance, and nothing taking away from Rahil, as Rahil would have hoped for a better finish, but such is.
He's had two bridesmaid finishes back to back. The season ended last year. Last season, again, he came up just short to Gagan.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, रिहाइड्रेट, फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हों या बाहर, या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हों, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे, तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
Him down absolutely, and those kind of numbers, those kind of stats, just visuals of something very great to come and follow up. So this draws us to a conclusion of final round. We'll quickly be beginning the prize presentation ceremony for the event, which is the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2024, presented by Tolly Club. The event was at in Kolkata. Prize money was 1 CR, and a stroke play event where Manu Gandas has emerged victorious with a total of 260 strokes, which means 20 under par for 72 holes over a stretch of uh,
Over a stretch of 72 holes. I don't think there's been a lower winning total. Has there been on Tollygunge?
I'm not really sure, but the way Manu Gandas has come and eclipsed the scoring conditions with rounds of 65, 67, 64, 64. So
he's gone deep over the weekend.
Yeah, he's a total of.
Which is where it really counts. And these are beautiful drone shots of the Tollygunge golf course, brought to you by ABP and Eurosport. It's on Eurosports as well. And
Yes,
this is a it's a low scoring week, but the conditions have been really good for scoring. The fairways have looked lush, and the ball has always we've always got a good lie on the fairways.
Yeah, we
greens
saw
have
some
low-
really good putts being holed. That's absolutely not possible in case the conditions are not as pure and immaculate as we are seeing even now on our screens at the Tolly Club. The Tollygunge Club has made sure that the playing conditions were near perfect, and the players being in some great form have showcased that how good scoring can be if the conditions are that great. We are just moments away from having Manu Gandas being crowned the winner of the 2024 Players Championship held at Tolly Club. He's back and up and running to his winning ways where he left himself at when he left the tour for DP World Tour, courtesy his beautiful strong finishes over the back half in 2023.
Yeah, this is probably one of the players' favorite venues to play. This it's a very hospitable club. It always welcomes the professionals with open arms. It's the staff is very courteous. You've everything is very close by. You don't have to go long distances to go and practice or something like that. And the food is amazing, which is very important for any sportsman in general. It's and very accessible. Very accessible. It's not out of town. It's very much in town, which is not what you find golf courses. Generally they're a bit out of the way. Not at Kolkata. Both golf courses are very much in town. So it's a venue which we look forward to. It's got a lot of history to it. Also, it's over a century and a quarter old, precisely 129 years old.
Yeah, that's a bit of history to have for any venue. Tolly has been gracious on hosting this event, and conditions were great. All
It
we
was
eagerly await is for the results to be posted up and Manu to do the honors by.
a little bit of golf history as far as Tollygunge is concerned. Tollygunge Club was founded in 1895 by William Dixon Cruikshank. It was initially an equestrian club. The land was partly acquired and partly leased from the Prince Ghulam Muhammad Shah, the son of Tipu Sultan of Mysore. The golf course was named Tolly after Colonel William Tolly, who excavated the canal behind the boundary wall of the club. That's a little bit of golf trivia for you viewers who want to know more about Tollygunge Club. It has a whole variety of activities which you can indulge in. It has an 18-hole golf course, which you just saw, tennis, squash, swimming, table tennis, billiards, bridge, various other indoor games. It has the golf course is spread over 110 acres. It also has an equestrian club to it. So these are beautiful views of the Tollygunge, the 18th hole and the first hole. The 18th being a par 3 and the first being a par 4. Good starting hole, tight driving hole. You need to place the ball on the right side of the fairway, which you have seen.
Yes, we'll soon be heading towards the prize presentation for the event where Manu will pick up the winning trophy, and we'll get to hear his insights on how to go about reaching those numbers.
The prize money for this event was a staggering 1 crore, which is a huge jump from yesteryears. The for the viewers who don't know, this is the total prize money. It's broken down amongst players according to their position. The 16% going to the winner of this event, Manu Gandas. Well, it's broken down percentage wise. 1% goes to 30th position.
The winner is going to be collecting a prize purse of 15.2%, which would mean exactly that in terms of lakh of 15 lakhs, some change. We'll soon give you an update on what that exactly is.
Well, in front of you on your screens is the top 10 for the event, and we can see some good results for people who've come up from the qualifying school. Stepan and Matthias, and both have both went to qualifying school this year. So the winner gets 15%, which is 15 lakhs in this case. The second position gets 10%, which is 10 lakhs. The third, it's golf is always top heavy. The third goes down to 5.998, which is 5 lakhs 99,800. So, and thereon. So 50 players make the cut. 50th position.
15 ties make the cut, and the guy who's going to be finishing at
50th will make 76,700 rupees.
Yes, it also works in formats of ties, so the price purse gets split percentage-wise. A very fair denomination in terms of how the breakup works up. Top heavy, middle has the 31st position makes 1% of 1.7% of what the prize money is, which means a lakh of rupees. So we just wanted to give you a breakup of the prize money. What is very important is the world ranking points which you accumulate with
Yes.
these wins and these top 5 finishes. As the professional golf tour is of India is recognized world over by the governing bodies, and
The governing body
carries
for
ranking
working
points
is
every time you play.
OWGR, which is the official world golf ranking, which gets you into bigger events. If you have your ranking goes up, you get invites from the other tours like the European tour, the DP World Tour, the Asian Tour, and the PGA Tour. The winner on the order of merit for the PGTI gets a card for the DP World Tour for the subsequent year, which is last year's order of merit winner was Om Prakash Chauhan, who is playing on the DP World Tour this week. So there's a lot of play for other than prize money. Just to give you an update on the depth of the field. So amongst the top 10, which you can see on your screen, we have Stepan who and Matthias and Maniram, and also Karan, who's tied for 10th along with Matthias Dominguez. They all went to the qualifying school this year. So the qualifying school graduates have done exceedingly well in the first tournament of the year.
Yes, absolutely. If you look at the depth and totality of the field where the Q school graduates have played well, you can start off from being tied 55th, where Brijesh, Jabir, Wasim, Aaron Rocky, uh, Himmat Rai, Ronald Cooker, Karan Verma, Rajiv Kumar, Jetiwal, Karan Pratap. I'm not sure about you. Yeah, and even Yuvraj Singh.
Yuvraj Singh, yes, he also went.
Yuvraj Singh, then
that made the grade through the
Subhash Tamang went.
performances by Arjun
Over to the
Prasad,
prize
Sachin Besoya,
presentation
Rahil
hosted by
Ganji,
Mr. Nikhil
rookie
Kalana
Stepan Danek,
Media.
Manu Gandas, Akshay Sharma, Saptak Talwar, Abhinav Lohan and Shankar Das. Finally, we had a winner who soaked in the pressure on the last day to come through. To begin proceedings, I'd like to invite here Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi, CEO, PGTI, Brigadier V. Ganapathy, CEO, Tollygunge Club, Mr. Shreyan Chatterjee, Golf Captain, Tollygunge Club, Mr. Sujoy Banerjee, President, Tollygunge Club, and Mr. Ajay K. Mishra, Chief Sales Planning and Admin, Flat Products, Tata Steel. To start off, I'd like to request Mr. Uttam Singh Mandi to kindly address the gathering.
Ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to you all. Well, we started the season 24 with a bang. Some great golf that we witnessed over these last few days. Congratulations to Manu. Manu, where are you? Where are you? Well done, my friend. I see you're back to your winning ways. Hard luck, Ra. I'm sure that it'll happen. You've been sniffing around for the last few tournaments. Actually, I would say maybe about 5 or 6 events. But I think good things are happening soon enough for you. So just be at it. But some amazing golf by Saptak, Akshay, Stepan. I think some scoring like that of 16, 17, 18 unders actually goes to show the level and depth of professional golf. We've had a bunch of rookies playing this week, especially after the last qualifying school we've had for over a couple of weeks the last week and the week before. We've had 4 of them who've made cut this week, so well done to those guys. Well, we wish you all the very best for the season 24. We've had a great, fantastic season actually last year, 23, and I'm sure we'll see a better one this year. So just be at it, guys, and I'm sure good things will happen. Tata Steel been a great supporter of professional golf. I'd like to thank Mr. TV Narendran for his support as usual this year. Without him, of course, things would not have been possible. Ajay, thank you very much for being here amongst us today. Like I said, that without your support, PGTI would not be where we are today. So thank you very much for all your help and support. It's always a pleasure to be back at the Tollygunge Club. Tollygunge Club has been a great partner of the PGTI. I'd like to thank Brigadier Ganpati, the President, the Captain, and the entire committee for inviting us, for having us here this entire week. A big thank you to the entire membership and all the members of Tollygunge Club, because the course was shut for those few days, and I know how difficult it is for the members to stay off the golf course. But thank you very much for your understanding and patience and allowing the professionals to showcase their skills over these last 4 days. There are a lot of people that have actually worked behind the scenes. Where is Gaurav Pandhir? Gaurav, may I have the pleasure of shaking your hand, please? You know, the golf course has been in amazing shape. Probably the best I have seen. It's just a visual to me. I haven't played. But that's the report that I've got from all the players, that the course was in amazing shape. Well done, my friend. I think it's all the hard work of yours. And, of course, the captain and his entire team. Harmander, thank you very much. I know it's, when I walked in here, I saw the greens and the fairways, and I said, wow, probably this is the best I have ever seen. It's not that I've stepped on, but after talking to the players, I was told that it's playing amazingly well, the best conditions, the greens were in fantastic shape. So thank you very much, Gaurav. Well done. Kudos to you and your team. Big thank you to the FNB staff and everyone that actually made the players welcome, and the PGTI staff. That goes a long way for us. So thank you very much for having us here, sir. And hopefully we look forward to seeing you again the next year.
Thank you, sir. I'd now like to request Mr. Sujoy Banerjee, President, Tollygunge Club, to kindly address the gathering.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a big thank you to PGTI. Uttam, thank you and your team for bringing this tournament and a season opener to Tollygunge Club. We're indeed honored and privileged to have hosted this tournament, and we look forward to welcoming you next year. Thank you, sir. And we thank Ajay for Tata Steel for partnering us in this event, and congratulate Shreyan, Brigadier. First and foremost, I believe it's Manu's 8th title. That's what Shreyan told me. Manu, the world is waiting for you, so wish you all the best. Best wishes to... You were leader of the Order of Merit in 2022. All the best to you for your future. Rahil is a seasoned professional, so people look up to Rahil. So you are a showstopper, Rahil. So best wishes for you for the rest of the tour, Rahil. And you belong to Tolly, so there's an emotional connect of Rahil. So thank you, Rahil, for playing such stupendous golf for the last 4 days, giving the members something to cheer about and wait for you. So thank you very much. We're waiting for you for next year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for all your support. Finally, I'd like to request Mr. Ajay Mishra to kindly say a few words.
Good afternoon, everyone. Heartiest congratulations, Manu. A great round of applause for all the people who are present here for Manu. Well done. The way it was coming close, it was really your nerve that you held on, and some misses by Rahil. Rahil, I can only tell you, there were side bets going on, and odds were against you, but of course, this was the kind of game that we are witnessing. I would like to take the opportunity to thank PGTI. I think they have been doing a lot for Indian golf as such. A lot of players moving out from the PGTI in the various circuits. And Uttam, to you and your team, we are very happy the way you are shaping it up, and the all future of Indian golf is in your hand, and keep doing good job. Thank you very much. Gaurav Pundir is here. While he has been chasing us on morning of Sunday many times. We keep giving him some, tough messages, but I must say the best feedback comes from the, professional players. So Gaurav, thank you so much for doing such a wonderful job. Keep doing such wonderful job. Lastly, I just want to tell you that as far as Tatas are concerned, or Tata Steel, we are very keen to support the sports for a cause. We are into sustainability. We are into many other societal upliftment. But sports is way of our life. There are many things to grow up in future, and we will definitely commit ourselves for that. Thank you very much, and all the best, and hearty congratulations once again to Manu. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Mr. Shreyan Chatterjee, the captain, Tollygunge Club, to give away the prize to the runner-up this week, with scores of 65, 65, 64 and 68 for a total of 18 under 262. The local lad, Rahil Ganji, takes away a check worth rupees 10 lakh. Time to announce the winner, and I'd request Mr. Ajay Mishra to kindly do the honors by presenting the trophy to the winner, who picks up his 8th title with scores of 65, 67, 64 and 64 in the last 2 rounds for a total of 20 under 260. Manu Gandas, returning from the DP World Tour. He wins a prize money check worth rupees 15 lakh. I'd now request the President, Mr. Sujoy Banerjee, to kindly present the check to Manu Gandas. And it's now time for the customary winner's speech. So, Manu, over to you.
First of all, I would like to thank my parents and my coach, without whom support I couldn't have been here. I think this is the best condition I've played out here in Tollygunge, so big thumbs up to the Greens committee and staff. The gallery was lovely through the week, and before I end, I would like to thank Tata Steel for being our supporter, Tollygunge Club, who's been there for us since I can't even remember, and all our tour partners. So thank you all.
Once again, a big congratulations to the champion, Manu Gandas. Finally, before we wrap up, we'd like to thank presenting partner, Tata Steel, Tollygunge Club, all the members of the club, Brigadier V. Ganapati for all his support, members of the committee, Mr. Gaurav Pundir and his team for the golf course, and the F&B team for all their support, all the players, referees and officials, and of course our tour partners, Rolex, Tata Steel, Amrutanjan, Fruitnik, Electro Plus, Vedika, Himalayan Spring Water, Golf Plus Monthly, and Athletic Drive. Thank you and look forward to seeing you all next year. Thank you.